Good evening. I would like to call to order the regular board meeting of the Antelope Valley Union High School District and Hinckley. I would like to announce that the December 10th, 2021 regular board meeting is being conducted pursuant to California Government Code Section 54953B concerning teleconferencing units. Board member Dr. Victoria M. Ruffin is participating in this meeting by teleconference from 4631 East Avenue, S. Palmdale, 93552. This location has been identified on the meeting agenda. The meeting is being recorded, and all actions will be taken by a roll call vote. As noted on the agenda, attendees are required to wear a face mask upon entering the facility, and anyone wishing to observe the meeting may do so via AVUHSD's YouTube channel. Individuals may take photographs or record meetings provided so long as the individual's conduct does not constitute a disruption, including obstructing the view of others. Those wishing to address items on the agenda and matters that are not on the agenda and the jurisdiction of the Antelope Valley Union High School District Board will do so in person. Complete a speaker form and give it to the secretary. I will call the individual's name to come up to the podium to provide their comments. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes each, and the total time for public input on each item shall be limited to 20 minutes. Non-agendized items are limited to a total time allotment of 20 minutes. No speaker may relinquish time allotment to another speaker. Speakers are cautioned that under California law, no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments regarding any person simply because those comments are made at a public meeting. I would like to take this opportunity to remind all attendees of the board's civility policy, Board Policy 1313. This civility policy requires that board members of the district staff will treat parents and other members of the public the same in return. The district is committed to maintaining orderly educational and administrative processes free from disruptions. This includes the district's board meetings. The district promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district board members, district employees, parents, and the public. The district seeks public cooperation with this endeavor. The district encourages members of the public to attend board meetings and to address the board concerning any item on the agenda or within the board's jurisdiction. The board does not prohibit public criticism of the policies, procedures, or programs, services, acts, or missions. Similarly, the board does not prohibit public criticism of district employees. While members of the public have a right to speak to the board is obligated to and will maintain a safe and disruption-free environment during the district's board meetings. To this extent, we ask that speakers consider the decorum of this official meeting and remind speakers that comments and criticism can be politely and respectfully stated so as not to disrupt the orderly conduct of this meeting. The board will not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of its board meetings. Persistent disruption by an individual or group are grounds to terminate the privilege of addressing the board. Consistent with Board Bylaw 9323, the board president shall not permit any disturbances or willful interruption of the board meeting. Persistent disruption by an individual should be grounds for the board president to terminate the individual's privilege to address the board. Additionally, the public is advised that the board has the authority and will remove disruptive individuals and order the room cleared if necessary. In such a case, members of the media not participating in the disturbance will be allowed to remain. Individuals not participating in such disturbances may be allowed to remain at the discretion of the board. When the room is ordered cleared due to a disturbance, further board proceedings will concern only matters appearing on the agenda. I would like to ask Dr. Ruffin to respond to the following questions. Are you able to hear our proceedings on your end?
Yes.
You have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
Yes.
Has the agenda been posted at your location?
Yes.
Is your location such that any member of the public could participate in the public portions of this teleconference meeting from your location?
Yes.
Yes, and I apologize, I should have responded. She answered yes to each of those questions. Members of the board, are you able to hear Dr. Ruffin, Ms. Carell?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Wynn?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. McGrady? Yes. We are at the public business from the floor for closed session agendized items. Do we have any speaker cards?
I do not have any speaker cards for closed session items at this time.
Okay, thank you. The Board of Trustees will go to closed session and reconvene the regular meeting at 5 p.m.
It's hers.
Yeah.
Your mic is all funky.
Mine?
No, it's Jill's.
Jill.
Jill's mic is funky.
Oh,
Yeah,
I thought it was first for being at.
So Robin, you turned yours off?
So you didn't have closed session, right?
Static went off.
So you didn't have 90, okay,
So
good.
there's
I thought
no-
it wasn't a closed session item, right? No,
Oh, no. I saw it.
that's okay, perfect.
You okay,
You're
Peter?
good.
If you need any help, let me know.
Public meeting.
I know.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. I know how it is to get really, 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 really sick.
Why I'm never.
So nice to have. Did you do both? Oh, okay, thank you.
Ay, 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 ay. That's Jill's microphone doing that. Are you kidding
I'm gonna
me?
do both just in case, and then I might use the time somewhere else if they need it. Huh?
Just unmute it. That's all you need to do. Okay, we're good. Check, 1, 2, 3, check.
How's that? That's better. Okay, good evening. We'd like to reconvene the regular meeting of the Antelope Valley Union High School District Board meeting. I'd like to announce that the December 10th, 2021 regular board meeting is being conducted pursuant to California Government Code Section 54953B concerning teleconferencing of meetings. Board member Dr. Victoria M. Ruffin is participating in this meeting by teleconference from 4631 East Avenue S, Palmdale, California, 93552. This location has been identified on the meeting agenda. The meeting is being recorded and all actions will be taken by a roll call vote. As noted on the agenda, attendees are required to wear face covering upon entering the facility, and anyone wishing to observe the meeting may do so via Antelope Valley Union High School District's YouTube channel. Individuals may take photographs or record meetings provided so long as the individual's conduct does not constitute a disruption, including obstructing the view of others. Those wishing to address items on the agenda and matters that are not on the agenda within the jurisdiction of the Antelope Valley Union High School District Board shall do so in person, complete a speaker form, and give it to the secretary. I will call the individuals' names to come up to the podium to provide their comments. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes each, and the total time for public input on each item should be limited to 20 minutes. Non-agendized items are limited to a total time allotment of 20 minutes. No speaker may relinquish a time allotment to another speaker. Speakers are cautioned that under California law, no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments regarding any persons simply because those comments are made at a public meeting. I would like to take this opportunity to remind all the attendees of the board's civility policy, Board Policy 1313. The civility policy requires that members of the district staff will treat parents and other members of the public with respect and expect the same in return. The district is committed to maintaining orderly educational and administrative processes free from disruptions. This includes the district's board meetings. The district promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district board members, district employees, parents, and the public. The district seeks public cooperation with this endeavor. The district encourages members of the public to attend board meetings and to address the board concerning any item on the agenda or within the board's jurisdiction. The board does not prohibit public criticism of its policies, procedures, or programs, services, acts, or missions. Similarly, the board does not prohibit public criticism of district employees. While members of the public have a right to speak to the board is obligated to and will maintain a safe and disruption-free environment during the district's board meetings. To this extent, we ask that speakers consider the decorum of this official meeting and remind speakers that comments and criticism can be politely and respectfully stated so as not to disrupt the orderly conduct of this meeting. The board will not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of its board meetings. The persistent disruptions by an individual or group are grounds to terminate the privilege of addressing the board. Consistent with Board Bylaw 9323, the board president shall not permit any disturbances or willful interruptions of a board meeting. Persistent disruption by an individual shall be grounds for the board president to terminate the individual's privilege to address the board. Additionally, the public is advised that the board has the authority and will remove disruptive individuals in order to bring cleared if necessary. In such a case, members of the media not participating in the disturbance will be allowed to remain. Individuals not participating in such disturbances may be allowed to remain at the discretion of the board. When the room is ordered cleared due to disturbance, further board proceedings will concern only matters appearing on the agenda. I would like to ask Dr. Ruffin to respond to the following questions. Are you able to hear our proceedings on your end?
Yes,
Yes. Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
yes,
Yes. Has the agenda been posted at your location?
yes,
Yes. Is your location such that any member of the public can participate in the public portions of this teleconference meeting from your location?
yes,
Yes. Members of the board, are you able to hear Dr. Ruffin? Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Yes. Ms. Perrell?
Yes.
Yes. Ms. Nguyen?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Yes. Ms. McGrady is a yes. Please stand and join with me in the flag. Place your flag. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We are now at 4, the annual reorganization and election of officers of the Board of Trustees. As required by Education Code, board officers are to be elected annually. At this time, nominations and election of officers are in order. The Board of Trustees is asked to nominate and elect the president of the Board of Trustees. The floor is open for nominations.
I'd like to nominate Danita Lynn for president.
Okay, may I have a second? Second. Okay, Ms. Perrell for second. Having a first and a second, we can now take a vote. Do I have any discussion? Okay, hearing none. Mr. Martinez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Perrell? Aye. Aye. Dr. Ruffin?
No.
No. Ms. Nguyen?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Yes, and Ms. McGrady is a yes. So that passes with a 4-1 vote, with student board member voting yes. The Board of Trustees is asked to nominate and elect the Vice President of the Board of Trustees. The floor is open for nominations.
I would like to nominate Joe McGrady, vice president.
Okay, may I have a second? Second. Ms. Perrell, we have a motion and a second. We could now, actually, do we have any discussion? Okay, we'll call for the vote. Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Perrell? Aye. Aye. Dr. Ruffin?
No.
No. Ms. Nguyen?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. McGrady is a yes. So the item passes by a vote of 4-1, with student board member voting yes. The Board of Trustees is asked to nominate and elect the clerk for the trustees. The board is open for nominations.
I nominate John Rush.
Okay, may I have a second? Second. Thank you, Ms. Perrell. Having a motion and a second, do we have any discussion? We'll call for the vote. Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Perrell? Aye. Aye. Dr. Ruffin?
No.
No. Ms. Nguyen?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. McGrady is a yes. The item passes by a vote of 4-1, with student board member voting yes. We are on E. The Board of Trustees is asked to adopt the yearly calendar specifying the date, time, and space of each regular meeting through December 2022. May I have a motion? Motion. Thank you, Ms. Burrell, a second.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyen. Do we have any discussion?
Yeah, I'm looking for I'm trying to figure out if we can have a next meeting next December 10th or whatever day it is, maybe earlier in the day. So we're not here on Friday, if that's I'm looking for the calendar now. I can't
Okay.
seem to find it.
The issue is the second Friday is the first time where the state came out with this last year.
No, the day's okay. I'm just wondering if we could do it during the afternoon
Or
rather than
earlier in the day.
earlier in the day rather than 5 o'clock.
That would be, okay. Is that something
I
we could?
mean, if everybody likes it, if they don't.
All right, so do I need to just, I guess, take a vote on that, get a motion to change that, or?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
so, okay, we need a motion. Motion. Mr. Rush, you making that motion?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm understanding you want to do is do it earlier in the day. Now, I'm not quite sure what time.
What time is it? I was looking for it. I couldn't find it. I looked at it. Where's the calendar?
What day are you guys talking about?
December 19th board meeting. I'm sorry, December 9th,
A year from now.
a year, 2022. Would you like for it to be consistent with the June and July meetings at 10 a.m.? That's just a thought for the board to consider.
How difficult will that be for our employees?
We can make it work. That wouldn't be that big of an issue.
Well, making it work is different than being convenient. I would rather be convenient, like not Friday night at 5 o'clock. So if 10 works more conveniently than 1 or 2, that would be fine.
And we would treat it the same way we would treat our June and July meetings at 10 o'clock, so we can make it work if the board so chooses.
So just with that being said, we have a lot of our staff in the room who would be at work at 10 o'clock on Friday. So That will be the first meeting after the election, just as a next year.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
So
Whatever the board chooses to, in terms of a time, if it's at 10 o'clock or if it's later in the afternoon in terms of, or earlier in the afternoon at 2 o'clock, we will make it work. It will be fine. Whatever the board so chooses.
okay, it's been suggested 2 o'clock. So first we need to get a motion so we can be discussing it. So I need a motion. Okay, Mr. Rush, and a second. Okay, next, Ms. Perrell, I believe.
Yes.
Okay, and for the second, and okay, now let's discuss whether we want 10 o'clock, 2 o'clock, or 5 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock?
I agree.
2 o'clock, 2 o'clock, Dr. Ruffin?
Are we voting or are you just having a discussion?
I'm sorry.
I didn't hear that, that the second motion is, finished with discussion and that we're now voting.
Well, we're open for discussion. You have discussion on which one you would prefer.
No, I don't have any discussion.
Okay. So then I just was asking sort of a consensus of what seems to work best. And most people are saying at 2 o'clock. Does 2 o'clock work for you? Dr. Ruffin?
Sorry, I don't have any, discussion about whatever the majority chooses. It's
Ms.
okay.
Martin, how would you vote on that? Okay, we'll just go down the line. Ms. Pearl? Aye. Dr. Ruffin?
No,
No. Ms. Nguyen?
Aye.
And Mr. Rush?
Aye.
And Ms. McGrady is a yes, so that passes 4-1 with student board members voting yes for 2 o'clock on Friday, the 9th. Okay, now we're back to the vote on the rest of the dates. Thank you. We had a motion by Ms. Perrell, a second by Ms. Nguyen. Any other further discussion on that? Okay, we'll call for the vote. Mr. Martinez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Perrell? Aye. Aye. Dr. Ruffin?
yes,
Yes. Ms. Nguyen?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Yes. Ms. McGrady is a yes. The item passes by a vote of 5-0 with our student board member voting yes. The board is asked to appoint the superintendent as secretary to the board of trustees. May I have a motion? Motion. Thank you, Ms. Pearl. A second.
Second.
Ms. Nguyen, thank you. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. Mr. Martinez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Pearl? Aye. Aye. Dr. Ruffin?
no,
No. Ms. Nguyen?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Rush?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. McGrady is a yes. The item passes by a 4-1 vote with our student board member voting yes. We are on G. The Board of Trustees is asked to select their representative to the Los Angeles County School Trustees Association. The floor is open for nominations for members to nominate or make a motion. Would anyone be willing to do this job?
I would.
Ms. Nguyen? Okay. All right. I will make a motion that Ms. Nguyen be selected as. Second. Okay, Mr. Rush did a second. We have any discussion? Okay, hearing none. Mr. Martinez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Pearl? Aye. Aye. Dr. Ruffin?
no,
No. Ms. Nguyen?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. McGrady is a yes, so the item passes by a vote of 4-1 with the student board member voting yes. We are on H. The Board of Trustees is asked to select a voting representative to elect members of the Los Angeles County Committee on School District Organization. The floor is open for nominations. Okay, I will move that we select Anita Nguyen. McGrady. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Do we have any discussion? We'll call for the vote. Mr. Martinez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Brown? Aye. Aye. Dr. Ruffin?
no,
No. Ms. Nguyen?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Yes. Ms. McGrady is a yes. The item passes by a vote of 4-1 with our student board member voting yes. The Board of Trustees is asked to select a representative to the Antelope Valley School Boards Association. The floor is open for nominations.
I'll do it.
I will make the motion for McGrady will make the motion.
Second.
Okay, for Ms. Nguyen and Mr. Rush is doing the second. Waiving discussion. Mr. Martinez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Brown? Aye. Aye. Dr. Ruffin?
No.
No. Ms. Nguyen?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Rush? Aye. Ms. McGrady is a yes, and that passes by a vote of 4-1 with our student board member voting yes. Board of Trustees is asked to select a representative to the Antelope Valley Schools Transportation Agency. The floor is open for nominations. Okay, Mr. Rush says he will go. I will motion, McGrady will motion for Mr. Rush.
Second.
Okay, we have a second by Ms. Nguyen. Do we have any discussion? Okay, hearing none. Mr. Martinez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Perrell? Aye. Aye. Dr. Ruffin?
No.
No. Ms. Nguyen?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Brady is a yes. The item passes by a vote of 4-1. The student board member voting yes. We're going to take just one quick brief moment for us to change seats and return the meeting over to Ms. Nguyen. I'm not happy about that or anything.
If I can do the job as well as your job. And I'm as
Jill, just stay there.
Just stay there. Okay, all right, okay.
Yeah, great job.
Did you say 5 minutes? I'm taking 5 minutes.
Nope, just a minute. Yep.
Hey, I'm sorry, my voice is kind of leaving me, but if you can't hear me, please let me know and I'll try and talk a little louder. We're on to item 5, the PINCO meeting. Public comments from the floor for PINCO items. The public is invited to address items on the PINCO agenda or any item that is within the PINCO jurisdiction of the Board of Trustees. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes each, and the total time for public input on each item shall be limited to 20 minutes. During public comments, the board listens to concerns and issues. The board may ask questions for purposes of clarification. The law prohibits the board from entering into a dialogue with the public or taking action on items not on the agenda. Are there any comments from the public on PINCO items?
We have no comments for PINCO items at this time.
Thank you, Rachel. Item B, PINCO first interim financial report. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees review the first interim report and certify the financial condition of PINCO as positive. May I have a motion? Motion. Is there any discussion?
Real quick, if I might interject, the PINCO JPA organization of the 34 school districts, they are a owner JPA. So each district has an ownership based on a percentage. So all of their expenses are billed back out to the district. So their expenses and their revenues always equal. So from a balanced budget perspective, PINCO has a balanced budget and a balanced financial statement.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. Any other discussion on the PINCO first interim financial report? Hearing none, we have a motion and a second. We'll now vote. Student board member, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Burrow?
Aye.
Aye for Ms. Burrow. Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
A yes from Dr. Ruffin. Ms. Wynn, that's me, and I vote yes. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Ms. McGrady?
Yes.
Motion passes. by a vote of 5-0, with the student board member voting yes. Resolution number 2021-22-13, certification of signatures for PINCO. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 2021-22-13, certification of signatures. We have a motion.
Motion.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Burrell and a second by Joe McCready. Any discussion? Hearing none. We'll call for the vote. Student board member, how do you vote? Mr. Martinez votes aye. Ms. Burrell?
Aye.
Ms. Burrell votes aye. Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Dr. Ruffin votes yes. Ms. Wynn votes yes. I'm just going in the order that you always did, so we can change it next time. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
And Ms. McCready?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with the student board member voting yes as well. Item 6, reconvene regular meeting. We're going to reconvene to our regular meeting. Recognition reports and public comments. We have our ICC students. The highlight of our meetings, I think anyway, Mr. Martinez.
Good evening, board and cabinet. First up, we're gonna have the best high school in the district. That high school, go ahead and give their presentation. Good evening, members of the board and cabinet. I'm Alan Salgado Morales from Knight High School, here to lead the presentation for our ICC presentation. Unfortunately, our senior class president and fellow ASB ICC members weren't able to attend. But the show must go on, of course. Hello, good evening. Elmer Avila, ASB and ICC member.
Good evening, I'm Andy Garcia, ASB and ICC member.
But of course, without further ado, let's continue our presentation with our fallen members.
Following quarantine, we want to sort of encourage a little friendly competition and school spirit in our homerooms, which usually have been sort of dull and inactive through homeroom competitions. Our most popular being our pumpkin decorating competition, which we hosted during our Halloween Spirit Week. And students were encouraged to go out and vote on these pumpkins, with the winning pumpkins being awarded donuts and candies.
Another successful homeroom competition was held during our Give Thanks Spirit Week. With this, we decorated homeroom doors, well, doors in general, to give thanks to our staff. This came along with a lot of competition, since there was a prize at the end, which was donuts, which came along. So yeah, that made a lot of students competitive.
Additionally, our most recent homeroom competition is our gingerbread competition. We used graham crackers to be able to build this because it's a little bit cheaper. And we viewed major turnout during this, and we voted on it today.
I actually know some of the teachers were butthurt from the first competition, so a lot of them went all out on this one. It was really funny seeing the competitiveness. But in addition to our emphasis on spirit, we like to have a lot of activities during lunch, kind of small events. So mainly some of these events are like class competitions. So we like to have each people, like different people from each grade level, come and participate in like minute to winning games. It's they get very competitive sometimes. It's like very rowdy. But with these games, they win points, and at the end of the year, they could win a prize. Which kind of still undecided. Could be a pizza party, could be like donuts. But also, we like to also hold events related to our spirit weeks. So here you can see the give thanks grams in relation to our giving thanks spirit week, or the holiday grams to our winter spirit week. You can also see a picture right there of 2 board members as well as myself with the pictures with Santa. As what I've heard, no other school has done pictures with Santa. And unfortunately, I had to be Santa. It did have really good turnout. So we hold this for every lunch, and we've taken around 50 photos per lunch, and we charge people $1 for a Polaroid. So we've made really good revenue with this. With a bit of humiliation as me being Santa.
Along with that, we've had a myriad of spirit weeks throughout the year that sort of coincide with our activities like such as sports, along with our like holidays. And in addition to that, we have had major social media attention garnered through some posts on TikTok about our spirit weeks and dress up days. As you can see right there, we got 4.1 million views on a video about our dress up day, which is a lot of views.
That's cool. Along with this came our homecoming, which was very successful since we sold almost 1,000 tickets, which is was blindsided since it's our first year back. This also gained a lot of views through TikTok, which is almost 500,000 in just one video. So it was very successful. A lot of people liked it. In these comments, there was a lot of envious comments, which people said they wish they had this high school experience with this homecoming. And yeah, it was very successful.
To mention that previous slide, I didn't attend homecoming, but I did wish I attended. Just from seeing how everyone reacted. I kind of regret it, but it was still pretty fun. Just to see how everyone else was having fun. But to end off our presentation, we like to really emphasize on our staff appreciation. This is kind of a thing we have going throughout all the year, especially with our ASB members having staff buddies. We like to pair up our ASB members with staff members who sign up for this program. And we like to do little things for them. These posters come from our Giving Thanks Week, where we had a special day just to give thanks to our staff to like different events. Unfortunately, we don't have photos of all the things we've done for the staff, including a staff appreciation football game where we gave them like lunch at the football game, like their own little section to enjoy the game. We give like little gifts. It could be little lip balms, candies, little treats, and corny little puns saying like you're the bomb. It's all like in all a little fun, and they seem to really enjoy it. The morale of the staff really seems to go up, and we really enjoy having like really happy staff because no one wants a mean teacher. It's always the best. But myself, I like seeing the smile on my staff buddies' faces. It's really enjoyable to see just the connection I'm able to slowly build with these members. Yeah. I hope you enjoyed the presentation of what we were able to recap in the previous 4 months of our year. And we believe it's been very successful. Thank you.
Thank you to note to myself, don't put a nice word on donuts.
The next presentation, we're going to have Fort Sill High School.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board and cabinets. My name is Colin Culver, and I have the pleasure of serving as Fort Sill's ASB Vice President. And we here are all very excited to share with you a few of the things going on around our campus during this first semester.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board and cabinet. My name is Allison Sievers. I'm here to talk to you about the first event we held in almost 2 years. It was our welcome back rally. It was held at both of our block lunches. We had performances from cheer, music. We had games out there. We had some face painting. We took lots of pictures and we had our class booths. And we had a really, really great turnout and a lot of enthusiasm after.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board and cabinet. My name is Elias Salcedo. I'm a class of 2022 representative at Fort Sill. So I'm here to talk to you guys about our homecoming, which is arguably our biggest event of the first semester. And typically we hold our homecoming on our home campus, and this didn't change this year, just like any normal year. So we opened up a second quad because we had an amazing turnout for this homecoming. We had over 1,600 students attend, which is about half our school's population. As well as that, we had 2 different sections of our homecoming. The first quad was for more of like a chill experience. You had a silent disco, which was really popular, a photo booth, snacks and seating and games. And our second quad had a DJ and was for dancing and having fun. And overall, it was a really great event for the students.
In addition to successful events on our campus, we have a very successful club program. One of the responsibilities of Vice President at Fort Sill is to run the club program. And at the beginning of the year, I set a goal of having upwards of 50 active clubs be reactivated on our campus, which matches pre-pandemic levels. And I'm happy to say that we did reach that goal. We have about 50 clubs that have participated in at least one of our 3 club days we've had so far. Those club days include our club rush, which we had on the second week of school, where all the clubs came out during their lunch and promoted themselves, got a list of members to join, and all of which were able to reach out to those members and get them to start coming to their meetings. We also had our annual homecoming carnival, which takes place on the Friday of our homecoming. It was an hour-long lunch, and during that time, we had about 45 clubs come out and either sell items or just come out there with some games and have a fun time during an hour-long lunch. Lastly, last week, we had our first ever field day, which took place after school. So in order to allow clubs to be able to sell items that fall outside of the during school day health requirements, such as brownies, cupcakes, ice cream, river floats, things like that, were all things we had out at our field day. All clubs that participated either sold out or at least turned a profit, and it was overall a very successful event. On the slide, you'll see a link as well as a QR code if you want to see a list of all the clubs we have on our campus. Feel free to visit that link at any time.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board and cabinet. I'm Camille Sevilla, serving as Fort Sill's ASB president. And at the end of October, we held our annual haunted house. ASB student leaders were able to participate in the haunted house and scare over 200 students during both lunches. And the theme this year was the Purge, where we had the Purge message blaring through speakers in front of our big gym to gather students to come and walk through our haunted house. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board and cabinet. My name is Malia Nakagawa, senior class representative. This week, we have had our charity week. Starting off, we've been collecting coats, beanies, gloves, and other winter items to donate to Grace Resources for our coat drive. Additionally, one of our very own students, Abigail Pruitt, has organized a pajama drive in which she asked for new pajamas and books for children at the domestic violence shelter and AV hospital. Just recently, on Wednesday, we held one of our most successful blood drives where we had over 100 donors, both students and community members, participate. And in order to promote student involvement and awareness on campus, our ASB created a spirit week to kind of go along with everything.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Elizabeth Llewellyn, and I am ASB secretary at Fort Sill High School. So on top of all of the amazing activities we have on our campus, we have a very successful sports program. And all of our fall sports this year all moved on to CIF Southern Sectionals. This is really amazing, and we've been doing very well. So our football team were the Southern Sectional champions, and they're currently moving on to state today, which is really amazing. Our cross country team, Bree Smith, she placed 7th in D1 state finals. On our girls tennis team, our #1 doubles tennis team, they were the semifinalists in CIF. And then Kylie Warner on the girls golf team shot over 71 at the CIF individual regional tournament. We are Quartz Hill. Thank you so much for having us.
I just have one question. Were any of you able to make the send off this morning?
Yes.
Because
Yes,
I understand it was pretty amazing.
Yeah, we had some sheriffs come out. We even had like a motorcycle kind of like group go off with them. So it's really cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, good luck to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Quartz Hill. And last but not least, Soar High School.
Good evening, board and cabinet. My name is Valerie Monzano. I'm a senior at Soar High School, and this is our ICC team. To kick off the year, starting back, we've had a lot of different events to bring up morale and spirit. These events include our back to school barbecue, which featured our club rush with tons of new clubs and activities. Along with this, we had our homecoming, which was Wild Wild West themed in our ABC quad. At this homecoming, we had free tacos and even a character artist for students to get their portrait drawn. We even offered student DJs that allowed them to showcase their musical talents. We had a performance from our dance club and we had a performance from our music club. We've even had a haunted house, which was brought on by our journalism team. Together, we created tons of fun events, and clubs got to sell and produce a lot of different foods and items. One of our final events, we've been putting on a lot of different fundraisers for our seniors to boost up the senior activities. This would include our Popcornopolis fundraiser, which created over thousands of dollars. No. This Popcornopolis fundraiser took off $70 for each senior's grad night ticket at Disneyland.
Hello. Hello, I'm Hazel Oliva, and I am the class of 2024 parliamentarian. Coming back from the online experience, we have many students with growing aspirations and ambitions of their interests. Many have established multiple new clubs on our SOAR community, such as the Middle Eastern North African Club, the Fashion Club, a debate club, and our outstanding music club.
Good evening, I'm Kevin Delgado, the class of 2024 Spirits and Events Coordinator. Here at Soar High, we have a weekly broadcast that we show to the avid classrooms. This weekly broadcast is called Soar Streaming. In the Soar Streaming, we ask clubs and classes alike to give us events or fundraisers that they might be having at the time so that students will know to participate or attend. Another cool thing we do here at SOAR is we wish happy birthdays to the students on the SOAR streaming. We also would pie our fellow streamers, like I was recently pied today. Like I got some good cream salami. And here at SOAR, we have a catchphrase, and we say it every time at the end of a SOAR streaming. Hopefully, please. Oh no, that sucks. Okay, man, that sucks. Okay, it goes a little like, don't forget, dream high and soar higher.
Good evening, I'm Rocio Rivera, and I'm the ASB Historian and Public Relations Officer. As SOAR, Spirit and Awareness Committees have also been working to bring awareness to different causes and to increase spirit and positivity across campus. We have been working with our Girl SOAR High team to post positive daily affirmations to help students with their mental health, as well as to bring awareness to Epilepsy Awareness Month, Suicide Prevention Month, and Breast Cancer Awareness Month. We encourage students to wear different items to bring awareness to these issues, post flyers, and handed out smiley faces to promote positivity.
My name is Nicole Earl, and I serve as the class of 22 Spirit Coordinator. Our Spirit Committee on campus primarily focuses on making sure all students feel welcome and included in our environment through active Spirit Days and Spirit Weeks that we have on campus. What I'd like to focus on is our epilepsy awareness, where all of our student body dressed out in purple, and it was almost like a competition between classes of who could show the most spirit at the end of the day, raising awareness towards epilepsy, as well as our Breast Cancer Awareness Month, where all students dressed out in pink, and it was just overall to showcase the importance behind breast cancer awareness. Our students will actively participate in these things that not only increases our participation, but also awareness throughout our entire school.
Hello, my name is Emily Martinez, and I'm parliamentarian of the class of 2025. And at SOAR, we like to host lots of community bonding events. And one of the events we held was a Bark in the Park, where students were encouraged to go to the park to help raise money for the dogs in need. In way of doing this, there was raffles held for the students and obstacle courses for the dogs. Another thing we did was held at SOAR, where therapy dogs came to SOAR High in honor of the juniors and sophomores finishing their PSAT test. It was lots of fun for all the students, and it was a great bonding activity.
Hi, my name is Anthony Rivera, and I'm the class of 25 president. Some of these activities needed help from the mentor and mentee program we have at SOAR. This unique program elicits the help of upperclassmen to help the freshmen adjust to the SOAR climate. Some of these activities included the ice cream social, where students were treated to ice cream and talked about their grades. The fall festival, where students got an opportunity to show off their costumes and consume lots of candy. And a new take on Thanksgiving, Friendsgiving, where students were thankful for their friends and shared a meal.
We would also like to thank our principal, Dr. Herrera. Dr. Herrera, thank you for everything you have done for SOAR. We will miss you and we wish you the best. Personally, I would like to thank you for being accessible to us.
I would like to thank your dedication
And your motivation,
And your integrity.
and how hardworking you are, and your empathy for others.
And your enthusiasm for teaching.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, and remember to dream high and soar higher.
I have to say, I was excited to see SOAR in the parade, holiday parade. It was about a week ago, and your music group did a wonderful job. Is that it?
That is it.
Thank you so much. Okay, we have a presentation, CVRA, Impact of 2020 Census Data on Districts Trustee Area Map and Next Steps. Mr. Hawkins.
Yes, I'd like to introduce Milton Foster. He's from the law firm of F3, and he will be giving us a presentation regarding the demographics and the mapping for our trustee zones. Mr. Foster.
All right, good evening, board. I thought everyone was here for me and my really wasn't quite the case. So, all right, so I'm here to just give you an update. I'll be brief about where we are in this process. As we all know, that the district some years ago, 2017, transitioned from at-large to by-trustee areas. Just by way of recap, by-trustee areas where the district is divided up, and there are 5 areas, board member from each area, and only the residents within that area can elect the board member of their choice. So where we're at now is once district goes to by-trustee areas, not just this district, but all of the districts, and many of the districts are doing this up and down the state. There's a requirement that after every census, federal census, which happens every 10 years, that the board has to take a look at its existing trustee area map and make do an assessment and determine if the population is still balanced across the trustee areas. So there's 2 different paths once that assessment is completed. So I'm going to go through each path, and then we'll get to the end. You can ask any questions if you have any. So if the population is balanced, then there is no change that is necessary, and the board can then decide to just simply designate the existing map as the same map, trustee area map, moving forward until such time as the next census is released. If the population is no longer balanced, then there's a different path. These code section 5019.5 requires that the board takes a review and looks at the map and adjusts the boundaries of the trustee area map in order to get back into compliance and to have the population balanced. This process must be completed on or before March 1st, 2022. All right, so we had the demographer do an assessment of the trustee area map along with the 2020 census data. And that assessment revealed that the present map is out of compliance. What does that mean? Out of compliance, in order to gauge that, what they do is they look at the average amount of population in each trustee area. Take the total amount within the district using the 2020 census, they divide it up into 5 areas and they get the average amount of population that should be in each area. Then they do an overlay of the existing map and then they determine whether or not with the existing map, what the population is for each trustee area. And what they do is they determine how far each trustee area, the population is, how far it's off from the average. So you'll see the data here. Some of the, you'll see the trustee areas listed on the left-hand side here. And you'll see the first block we have is the 2010 census, which is what the original map was prepared using. And it shows that the total population, the variance on the right-hand side there was 5%. And that means that the map was sufficient and qualifies as appropriate under 5019.5 and CVRA. Well, if you look at the new census data there and you look at the variance, you see that that total variance is now 12.4%. The way they calculate that is they look at the lowest population in one of the trustee areas and compare that to the trustee area with the highest population. And you look at the difference of how far they're off from the average, and that will give you your variance for each trustee area. Well, the 10% means that the smallest population trustee area and the largest one can't be more than a 10% delta or difference. If you look at the 2020 census, you'll see now that because of population changes, has now shifted from the 5%, which it was under the 2010, to now it is in the 12.4%. So that indicates that the district's present trustee area map as constructed is out of compliance, though it's very minor. You can see here, this is the 2020 census data. We just provided you here with some basic data to just kind of give you an overlay of what your population looks like. You see it provides information on the different respective ethnicities and their percentage, and you'll see the total population as well as the age 18 and over data as well. This here will give you, this gives you what the CVAP numbers were between 2015 and 2019. Okay, this is the current trustee area. Importantly, for the board's consideration, this process, unlike the original process, which was a complete overhaul of the prior election system from at-large to by trustee, this area is meant to, when you're going through this process and you need to shift because of the population, to adjust the boundaries. And that term is used purposefully because it's meant to indicate kind of the level of changes that is indicated by the 2020 census, as opposed to the initial process was a drawing of maps. This is not a complete redraw. This is an adjusting of the boundaries to ensure that the population is balanced and back within the 10% variance. Okay, this is just further information here, which you can look at your leisure for each of the trustee area that discusses the population and the different breakdowns of the different ethnicities using the 2020 census. Okay, so you see the map creation considerations, all of the original requirements that were in place in order to draw maps, those remain in place as the districts goes throughout this readjustment period. You'll see here the federal requirements, equal population, no discriminatory purpose, equal protection, the state requirements of topography, geography, cohesiveness, contiguity, integrity, compactness, and community of interest. All of that is reflected in the original trustee area plan. And the intent of this process is to keep that intact with the exception of balancing the population. So here's where we are. At this stage, we now know the district is out of compliance. The demographer now is working on some trustee area maps, some proposals for us to bring back and present to you at your next meeting for the board's consideration and review, as well as the community's consideration and input. And you'll see this is a much more truncated process than the original. It'll likely involve maybe 1 to 2 more meetings, depending on the board's pleasure. But ultimately, at the next meeting, you will see 2 to 3 alternative maps for the board's review, feedback, and input. And then if there are any changes necessary, we can have the demographer make and provide some other alternative options. If not, then at your following meeting, the board will be in a position to be able to select a map to move forward. And that map will be designated from now until the 2030 census comes out. Any questions?
Yes, thank you so much. This is Dr. Ruffin. Thank you for your presentation. Redistricting is most definitely a huge issue this season, as you stated. The census changing and the growth that we've had in both communities, and within the Palmdale, Antelope Valley area, which includes Lancaster as well. My question is, in these next steps, as in within the communities, and I'm going to speak specifically for Palmdale because I live in Palmdale, and I've been very much aware of the redistricting efforts that are going on in this city specifically. There has been options for the community to engage in this process. And I think that it would only be right to also have each respective board members district have a presentation of this to the parents, in addition to having information disseminated out to parents about what is happening, and not solely leave that to the responsibility of the board. But I think the community input is very much needed as well. And can you say what are those steps to include the community and the parents involved in this?
Well, if it's the wish of the board, we can certainly, as we did with the initial process, engage in community output and outreach. When we went through the initial process, there were a number of meetings we engaged in. At the next following upcoming meetings, we plan to have public hearings once we have the maps, and there will be advertisement in advance of the public hearings. In addition, once the proposed or trustee area maps are drafted, I will forward that to administration, who will then post them to the district's website in advance of the public hearings, so that anyone can go on there and look at the maps and be prepared to provide feedback at the upcoming public hearings. In addition, the district also usually provides an email address, so that the only time for community feedback is not at the meeting. They can provide that at any point, at any time, to a designated person by way of email. So those options are available. In addition, if the district wishes, we can certainly send notice and communication home through the students, through letters. That's one of the efforts that the district engaged in the first time around, just to get the words out, in addition to the notice of public hearing, providing that notice by way of letter home to the students. So those are some of the ways that we can ensure and enlist community participation prior to the board making an ultimate selection.
Thank you so much. Could you also direct us of how that needs to happen? I know you were very detailed about this needing to happen before March 1st, 2022. So is it possible that you could provide the board with a suggested plan of how we would implement that? Do we need to hold a special meeting to put those things in place? Because this is not agendized for this meeting today. This is just for a presentation. So I would like to be a little bit more explicit and not just kind of touching the surface, because this is a critical issue.
Sure. So at your upcoming meetings that you have planned in January and February, the plan will be to conduct meetings to display and have discussion on the maps. So you have 1 or 2 meetings in January?
1 in January.
1 in January. Okay. And how many in February?
1 in February.
Okay. So at your upcoming 2 meetings, we will publicize and work with the district to ensure that the word is got out, that the maps are published in advance, that the community feedback is allowed in advance. In the event there is further discussion that requires more than just the 2 upcoming meetings, the boards can certainly set a special meeting in order to have a further opportunity to complete the process and further discuss any map that is proposed. So long as we meet the March 1st deadline, the board has discretion to include or add on as many specials as they feel they need to. Though typically what we see in this process is we see 2 meetings, anywhere between 2 and 3 meetings to complete the process, simply because it's more of an adjustment as opposed to a complete redraw. And you don't have as many requirements as the initial process did. In addition, your variance is relatively minimal. You need to be 10%, you're at 12.4. There are many districts that have 30, 40%. And so there's a lot more, great deal of work, and the maps will oftentimes look a lot different than the present map when they're redrawing. I suspect at this juncture, your map won't look too much different because the population doesn't need to address that much. But that being said, there will be significant efforts to ensure community participation as well as board feedback. And we will make sure to ensure the board completes that prior to the deadline.
Thank you so much. Wonderful presentation.
Anybody else have any questions, concerns? Mr. Foster?
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Just to thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Foster, thank you very much.
All right.
Appreciate it. Look forward to seeing you at our next meeting.
All right. You'll have a great evening.
Thank you. You too. All right, item number C, annual review of developer fee report. That's you, Mr. Foster.
Yes, thank you very much. We are required by law to provide the annual report of the developer fees. And what this is what the larger categories of where we spent developer fee money that we've collected over the past several years. You have a report in front of you, and we will bring it back for an approval next month. So this is more of a public airing out of that report as required. I'd be happy to answer any questions regarding that report if you have some.
Does anybody have any questions? Dr. Ruffin, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay, then. Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. I appreciate it. Item number D is board officer report. That's me. The last meeting that I attended was the last meeting. It was a hybrid meeting in person and as well as virtual at Mountain View High School. Was kind of nice to be able to get back to having meetings that you could attend as well as virtually. The meeting was actually kind of cut short because they had, I think it was 8 different sponsors, and each sponsor got up to tell how they could help schools in Southern California. And despite the time the sponsors finished, there was about 10 minutes left for the presentation, so it was kind of short. Rachel does have, I think, Rachel, did you get the report? Yes. So if anybody wants to see the full report.
Yes.
Does anybody have any other reports? I know some people attended CSBA. I was not able to attend, so is there anybody has anything?
I attended virtually, and it was a very interesting program. I won't go through all of it, but I learned some things. One of them that I particularly enjoyed was working on student excellence without spending any more money, and things that we can do to try to make sure that that's a priority for us and to continue work on that. So I'll share anything else if anybody would like to hear them at some other point.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else? Yeah.
I actually did mine virtually as well. I wasn't able to attend to go all the way down to San Diego, so I can remember one of the, I don't ever want to call it conferences, one of the sessions. I really enjoyed Victor Rios. He was the general session. I really enjoyed his presentation yesterday and his background. So I'd be more than appreciative to share that on the next one.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
John, did you attend? Did you find anything really exciting?
I thought it was all good.
It was all exciting. Right. We're gonna move right on to the Antelope Valley School Transportation Report Update, Mr. Hawkins.
Currently, we do not have an update. The next board meeting is for AVSTA's next week.
I didn't, and I'm sorry, I didn't ask Dr. Ruffin if she had anything to share from CSBA.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyen. I'm going to actually share my comments under section 8A. Thank you.
Item F from AVTA, Stan Shine. Do I understand? Jason. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. How you doing tonight?
A nice new face.
Yeah, I am a new face. Dan Chai could not make it, unfortunately, but I am here to tell you a little bit about what's going on with some union information. First thing, I'm Jason Cronister, and I'm the Vice President of Communication of the Antelope Valley Teachers Association. I would first like to congratulate Greg Meehan on becoming the superintendent of our district. He's the right person for this job, and the district is a better place with his leadership. We do appreciate that. Secondly, I'm going to share some information that I believe Mr. Neal's passing around about the AVTA safety survey that we sent to the membership. Now, this was in November. We have 530 members that we surveyed, and the results have been provided to the district in electronic form. And hopefully some of you have that. And also I made some hard copies, but I'm going to just tell you a little bit about some highlights of the data points. 62% of our teachers feel that moving around the campus, that they're safe, and 74% of our teachers felt that they're safe in the classroom, okay, in this survey. Over 200 teachers, unfortunately, have seen a physical fight or broken one up over the past 3 months, and that's something that was a concern of ours. 80% of teachers surveyed felt that having a deputy on campus made them feel safer in this survey. 65% of the members that responded felt that their site does not have enough security personnel right now, and that's a concern. Of that information, AVT understands that these are unusual times and that this survey is just a starting point of a broader conversation about safety in the workplace. We look forward to working with the district leadership to review this data and continue to keep our students safe. So that's it, and thanks for your time and have a safe and restful day. Oh, so do you have any questions? Sorry.
What did you say was the percent of teachers who felt that we needed more deputies and more security?
That percentage of the deputies that needed was 80% of them felt that they liked having a deputy on campus. Now, site by site, the survey is broken down. You have the overall, but some sites felt a little different, obviously, and that information is with the district if you'd like it.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Have a wonderful day.
Okay. From CSCA is Karen White.
Good afternoon. And congratulations, Ms. Nguyen, on being president and elected, and also Ms. Grady for vice president, and for the board clerk, John Rush. We really appreciate you guys and everything that you do while you're in office. Also want to greet the student board member, Mr. Martinez, our board cabinet. Oh, no. It was better that way, trust me.
I heard every word you said.
Oh, did you? Well, it's going to get worse. Mr. Martinez, we acknowledge you being here, and for our ICC kids, that was the fantastic presentations tonight. Also our board cabinet, Dr. Williams, Mr. Nian, we really appreciate you being here too. And of course, Mr. Furno, and I really appreciate Mr. Roscoe. So before I begin, I want to thank our chapter president, Kyle Frazier, for being here last week and giving the district some of our concerns with CSEA last month. I appreciated him taking over in my absence and speaking to you so eloquently. You know, he made me very jealous when I saw his presentation, so I'll have to work on that. I believe that our winter has finally begun to show its face in our freezing temperatures in the evenings and getting snow in our higher elevations, which is good. And finally to get some overdue rain to ease our drought. Even though we'll be enduring this climate as it rotates from the season cycles and stuff, I'm looking forward to a little bit warmer weather that we have been able to enjoy before this new pattern of weather. Because we're coming to the end of our first semester, our winter break is quickly approaching, and 2021 will soon be considered as last year. You should know that the month of November and these weeks in December have been extremely busy for the district and also for CSEA. I'm hoping that you will consider providing Mr. Ramos here. No? Okay. All right. He said he's going to be here. A little early Christmas present. You see, he needs a new pair of roller skates. The pair he's got right now, I believe, is so worn down that they don't even have any more ball bearings in them. And he's definitely been on the move. And so please consider on helping him out there. As I speak to you this afternoon, I'm going to bring up some major concern that covers not only our district, certificated, classified administrators, but also a multitude of other individuals that have been sent home because of COVID. This is difficult on all of these individuals when it comes to having to use their sick time because of quarantine or COVID-related issues. We realize the necessity, but when you get or receive an advancement of leave only to have it taken from you time and time again because of quarantine or illness from COVID, it just isn't fair to lose all that you've had in your sick leave because of it. They don't have the ability to generate additional days to their sick leave balances for other illnesses during the year. If an employee gets 10 days of sick leave for the year, COVID can wipe it out in just one exposure or illness. And we already know that some individuals have dealt with exposures more than once, leaving them, hopefully, with at least half pay, but possibly dock days. Let's not forget the dock days is not an individual's choice. It is also a form of discipline for the district. However, there's no hope in sight that the COVID will slow down, go away, or die out. It's currently a major issue to devastating sick leave balances, and there's no sanctuary given by the state or the federal governments concerning this. I hope this is taken into consideration with the conference summaries that are being conducted about individuals who've exhausted their sick leave balances. Well, the district a while back put in place a uniform appearance for our campus security supervisors. As this progress went into preparation, it had difficulties with the mission laundry and fitting our members properly. Mission laundry was unable to fit our female members with appropriate pants. The pants were measured and I guess adequately altered for our gentlemen. However, our ladies were having difficulties with the clothing because they didn't fit in the waist. The legs were like bloomers and the crotch With all the crotch hung down so low that they look like they have been put into a penguin costume. They probably walk like one too. The mission has come up with a new label for these pants as being unisex, but lacking the proper structure for ladies. The only term I'm used to seeing on this clothing is one size fits all. If our ladies are going to be required to wear this uniform, the garment needs to fit them in the same or better than our men. They need a garment that is going to present them as being professional, just the same as our female law enforcement officers present. If Mission Laundry can supply the district with properly fitting, professional-looking clothing that's required for our members to wear, then other vendors need to be sought out. This should not be put on our members to go out and buy clothing from an outside agency, whether it's JCPenney's, Walmart, Macy's. This would just create another issue with reimbursement for our members. Our ladies need to have something which fits, is comfortable, and maintains a professional appearance. So, and until this can be resolved, I would hope that you would reconsider the enforcement of the security supervisor uniform being worn. If you recall, Vice President Kyle Frazier brought to your attention last month the request from CSEA concerning the upcoming reclassification applications that we've received and the district stance for only considering 3 of the 7 applications we have. So a little background on reclassifications. This language is not in our contract. It's only been secured for a limited amount of time in an MOU format. Last reclassification MOU dealt with the Secretary twos, who put theirs on hold because we were in a dire need of avoiding layoffs. Several years later, they finally received their reclassification, but the MOU was not renewed. And that made it difficult for all the other people that had applications and had been waiting. Now let's fast forward to 2019. During the years in between, the district was not interested in creating a reclassification MOU. But that didn't mean that we didn't have other classifications seeking to have their jobs reviewed and considered. Not until 2019, when a classification brought up a situation in their duties that created a problem, and once exposed, had the support of our superintendent and the district. CSEA was approached, and a reclassification MOU was created so as to correct the inaccuracy by reclassifying their position and duties. The last application received with this kind of an MOU was on Wednesday, April 21st, 2021. And since then, we have not received any further applications before our November 1st deadline of 2021. In 2020, the district and CSEA were about to engage in the reclassification process when COVID broke out and closed everything down. Through no fault of the district or CSEA, we didn't have the time or the ability to go through this lengthy process because we were all very busy in trying to follow the CDC's requirements, open doors to virtual learning, and create different options for returning to campus on that August, which of course you already know didn't happen. Currently, we have been able to pick up where we left off with a minimum amount of applications. But this MOU, as you can see, ends June 22nd, 2022. You will also notice that there isn't any limit on the number of applications that can be analyzed, but it does stipulate at least 3 will be. I cannot rank any of these applications in order of importance because each of their jobs is of the utmost importance to the running of our district. Their jobs provide safety and security on our campuses. They open doors for the students to get credits for graduation in independent study. They keep our decline enrollment to a minimum. Their duty provides services that are not, that are required because of students' IEPs. And they keep the systems up and running on campuses so there is accountability for attendance, grades, communication, and so much more. All of which our district is dependent on. So now I come to you. I'm asking for the board to give your representative the directive to approve each of these. The ball is in your court. You can send them back to the union, but the union is not the ones that are in opposition. If it's a little hard to swallow, I understand that. So then I'll give you one more explanation that I've already given before, but you know, my rationale is genuine to me. So if you don't agree, I totally understand. This MOU says that it's at least 3 per year. So I'll go back. We had 3 in 2020. We didn't get to, but they were there. We have another 3 for this year. But remember, it says at least 3. So we can do 4 for the year 2021. This MOU ends on, as I said, June 30th, 2022. So a deadline of November 1st isn't going to do anyone any good if they're left holding the bag. These members, as well as all others, have worked hard and diligently to maintain the expectations that we know our students and their families deserve. We want the best for them. Please provide youth reclassifications to go forward. These people took the time and the effort, and they really do deserve it. So let me change mood and express my excitement for you, Mr. Meehan. Congratulations to you for being selected as our superintendent. We are so pleased with this type of a decision, and we are really looking forward to working with you in the upcoming years. Congratulations. And last but not least, we wish everyone a beautiful and a restful winter break, a memorable Christmas with friends and family, and for anyone who is traveling during this holiday season, a safe trip to their destination and home again. And for the new year, we wish everyone and their loved ones a year filled with blessings and good health. And for that, I thank you for your attention, and you guys have a great winter break.
Thank you, Carrie. Item number 8 is public comments from the floor for agendized items. The public is invited to address the board on any agenda item. Individual speakers are limited to 2 minutes each, and the total time for public input on each item shall be limited to 20 minutes. During public comments, the board listens to concerns and issues. The board may ask questions for purposes of clarification. The law prohibits the board, however, from entering into dialogue with the public or taking action on items not on the agenda. Are there any comments from the public on agendized items?
Yes, we have a comment for item 8A, Vivian.
Is that the only one?
We have 3, but there's 1 for item 8A on the agenda.
Okay.
We only have 2 for item 9B on the agenda.
So let's take it according to the all time agenda. Item 8.
Excuse me, I'm a little late, but I want to first say hello to Mr. Meehan. So I believe the last time I was in here, you said something to me when we had that disruption that they said was in here. You spoke to me, so I don't even know when you got really voted in, contrary to belief. but I know that my minutes have started, but I'm gonna read something to you. I thought about you when I heard, because I asked Ms. Ramos if I can play something. And I'm changing up that tune because I won't have enough time, but I need to ask the board. Am I allowed to play something on my phone, which is just a 2-minute something that's a comment that I need to have that's being said because they said that I can ask. So I don't know if Jay Burnell has to be the one to say anything because that's why I'm directing this to you. And I say that because I've reached out to get some public information recently, the way anyone else would do, like James Stockdale and the rest of them who asked. And I'm being all of a sudden having Mr. Burnell's name in my emails now, you know what I mean, through Lynn Johnson. So I want to be afforded the same respect and the same courtesy as a public paying tax person to ask things and get it done. So I'm hoping that what I would say to you is, I hope that you would be the type of person that can join hands with Dr. Ruffin as being transparent, because as I speak with you tonight, I'm a little upset because I feel like right now, I came to the board, as I told you all of you, why I'm here. And I just saw the coach that's in here, Coach DJ Hines. So I'm gonna say this again because I'm gonna tell people what not to do like we did. Don't go to the board or the district to come up and try to do a complaint through that way. I have a saying that I'm gonna say on the non-agendized item about him calling the kids the N-word. And basically what I'm saying tonight is, I'm just floored right now to see him even in here because I see that there's a young man in that case who actually did or helped to do a so-called investigation. And they act like that word nigga is accepted as a word of endearment. And I don't think you think so. So I'm gonna ask you to please step aboard and help us get things done the right way. Not like Mr. Vieira left and everything, and it seemed like he was gonna help. Not like the derailments that are going on as we speak because you can't get nothing done. I don't care what's going on in a chat room, but Mr. Nian, I think that you stepped in some shoes that might God, I hope I can say it right, Kakapui, whatever, because you don't deserve to have to come into this mess that's in here, neither do parents. But to know that the kids of Highland High School got treated so badly, and this man has a nerve to be in here. I'm gonna say it the way I feel. James Stockdale, Anthony Hunt, the intimidators and the enforcers of this district, Coach Hines, who's really was upset. He didn't let a kid play all the way through the CIF that got them there because guess what? Just realize it. It was his son that died. It was his brother that they were letting it be known. That was not a person that should have been volunteering. So I'll wait for my next part to speak, but I think that you can get something done with Dr. Ruffin. I pray that you do.
And then we have, what did you say we have?
DJ Hine for 9B.
Good evening, everyone. My name is DJ Hine, 25 years as an educator in this area, currently at Highland High School and a graduate of AV 1989. So I'd like to congratulate everyone too on, Ms. Williams, I want to say thank you to you for your interim thing that you did. So congratulations to everyone. Since I only have 3 minutes, I can't do too much there. Most now are not vaccinating for the virus. Most are taking the shot to avoid unemployment, public opinion, shaming, and loss of privileges. So I ask you today, what is more dangerous, the virus or our government partnered with compliant school boards and district offices? The AVUHSD is a complicit participant in the unconstitutional, unethical, and unnecessary promotion and providing of vaccinations and testing at our school sites.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
I have to ask one.
Thank you. Because of course you want me to be compliant. So we're providing vaccination and testing at our school sites. You as board members and district personnel, district office personnel are overseers and 100% responsible for the bullying process many of your certificated and classified employees are undergoing. And when I say employees, dare I say your friends and colleagues, many of whom you've worked with for 30 to 40 years, many who even fought for you to be elected in these positions and support you in the seats that you're in. So if one is strong enough to stand against the pressure of taking an unknown and untested shot, which has killed thousands of American citizens, then we have to succumb to weekly testing or face punishment. You are now placing colleagues of mine on unpaid leave, which includes loss of income, loss of health care, loss of life insurance, and loss of future retirement income. You're causing employees stress, using duress and coercion to force testing in order to maintain employment and for something that is not even a law, let alone even listed in the certificated or classified bargaining agreement. You created your own version of the Scarlet Letter, Dr. Seuss's Whoville, the haves and have-nots, division and animosity. You have violated our teachers and students' constitutional rights, ignored the Supreme Court's Marbury versus Madison 1803 ruling. You've forgotten about the Nuremberg trials and essentially trampled over the blood of every U.S. military servant that put boots on the ground to defend our Republican ability to exercise our rights. There is a reason the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob created this country. And as a God-fearing servant, I'm ashamed of myself. Well, tonight I will repent to my Lord and Savior for staying quiet for so long. After much prayer, I've decided enough is enough. And here's why. The children are what's most important. We have to protect the defenseless, the poor, the widow, the innocent. And our 23,000 students are those innocent, defenseless voices.
30 seconds.
But you guys instead choose to not worry about this. In fact, district has literally organized vax parties at our schools on the weekends to get vaxxed. You're celebrating, applauding, and financially rewarding our schools for having the most kids that are jabbed. So let's just remember this, Matthew 25:40. And the king will answer and say to them, assuredly I say to you, and as much as you did it to one of the least of these, my brethren, you did it to me. You're doing it to the children. Follow the lead of other California school districts who have said no more mandates. Everyone in this room can say no more mandates, and I stand for our children, my colleagues, and our community. Will you stand with me? God bless you.
What item is this?
90.
Oh, 90.
Good evening. As stated in the 21-22 first interim report on agenda item 9B, the district received over $146 million in COVID funds to be used for various things related to COVID, including the ongoing testing of unvaccinated staff and students. With this large of a budget, the district should be able to conduct testing in a way that staff and students feel safe participating in it. Recently, some very concerning information was brought forward regarding Fulgent Genetics, the company used by our district for COVID testing. LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva composed a letter to the Board of Supervisors with his concerns. He said, this letter is to inform you that the LA County Sheriff's Department will not participate in COVID-19 registering or testing with Fulgent Genetics Corporation due to the fact that DNA obtained is not guaranteed to be safe and secure from foreign governments and will likely be shared with the Republic of China. On November 24th, 2021, he was contacted by the FBI Weapons and Mass Destruction Coordinator, who shared with him the FBI's need to brief LA County leaders as to very concerning information they learned regarding COVID-19 testing of county employees by Fulgent. On November 26, 2021, he attended a briefing at the FBI LA Field office. The FBI stated the purpose of the meeting was to inform county leaders of the serious risks associated with allowing Fulgent to conduct COVID-19 testing of county employees. He was shocked to learn Fulgent had strong ties with BGI, AVUHSD, and Huawei Technology, all of which are linked to the Chinese Academy of Medical Science, the People's Republic of China, State Council, and are under control of the People's Republic of China. He was even more shocked to learn that Fulgent made no attempt to disguise the fact that they will use genetic information obtained in future studies. Additionally, the 2017 cybersecurity law makes it legal for the People's Republic of China to seize any data stored within China or stored outside of China by an entity which has presence in China, and that organizations and network operators submit to government-conducted security checks. He explains he's deeply concerned as to the vetting process, which either failed to discover this or discovered it but chose to ignore it. A simple internet search uncovers all the facts that he listed.
30 seconds.
Entering into a no-bid contract with Fulgent Genetics and allowing them to have DNA obtained from mandatory COVID-19 testing for unknown purposes has shattered all its confidence of the personnel and that they have in the entire process under the county mandate. Many personnel have long suspected this information was being used in an unnecessary manner due to a rush mandate that we now know will have long-term unintended consequences that will not be fully known for some time. So we're wondering what's being done to protect our DNA and our personal information. Thank you.
I want to thank you too for always coming up and cleaning up the mic and everything. It's awesome. And I want to know we appreciate it. Thank you. I don't, oh, is that it?
That concludes agendized items.
Okay, and then now, 7, I is public comments from the floor on non-agendized items. The public is invited to address the board on any matter not on the agenda that is written and that is within the jurisdiction of the board. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes each, and the total time for public input shall be limited to 20 minutes. During public comments, the board listens to concerns, issues. The board may ask questions for purpose of clarification. The law prohibits the board, however, from entering into dialogue with the public or taking action on items not on the agenda. Rachel, how many do we have?
We have 15 comments this evening.
Oh,
So, Madam President, if I may, if each individual speaks with the 15 minutes, that will take approximately, 45 minutes. Your board bylaw limits public comments to 20 minutes. So with the board consent, the board president can increase or decrease the amount of time for each speaker if he so chooses.
I would need a consensus of the board to do that. Is that correct?
Can we have some discussion about that too?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyen. So in the past, we have allowed comments to continue as long as each individual's comments are within the 3 minutes and not to cut off the public at 20 minutes. This 20 minutes has been something new that has come into place this last year, but prior to last year, we were allowing those comments to be heard. And I'm in agreement of hearing all the comments.
Does anybody else have any other comments?
Yes, I can say, that having been on the board for 10 years, we've always kept it at 20 minutes. So we did have a few times earlier this year, when we had one special board meeting where we heard everyone, we listened for an hour and 45 minutes. We let everyone speak for the 3 minutes. I would suggest tonight, because we have quite a bit to do, that we limit, so we can hear everyone, all 15 people, let's limit it to a minute apiece, and we will hear all of them.
That's nice.
That's 15 minutes total.
Anybody else?
I think in the past, we've allowed over the 20 minutes. I believe that if there's over 15 people, we should be able to listen to what they have to say. Thank you, Mayor. So
Especially in addition to that, I'm going to add, Ms. Nguyen, that it seemed to be when it was in the certain board members' favor to have comments extended, was extended. And this doesn't seem like an issue of equity at this point. I think the community deserves a right to come out and be heard. That was one of my reasons for wanting board meetings to be at a time where the community could come, since we are a bedroom community. I mean, we have the luxury of listening to everybody. Why not hear what our community has to say, whether it favors you or it doesn't favor you? We should still be able to hear their concerns.
I suggest a compromise and do 2 minutes apiece, which would take it to 30 minutes, which is 10 minutes over, and we would hear everybody who's put in a card.
What do you think, Mr. Rush?
I think that's a good compromise. I like compromise too.
It was okay.
I'm going to go in favor of the 3 minutes to allow them to be able to speak.
So you do want to.
Thank you.
It's just the board's consent, it doesn't have to be a vote. If you have to consent it too, then you can institute it too.
Personally, I want to hear everybody speak. I never have cared for the 20-minute cutoff, but that's in our bylaws. So, okay, you're saying 2 minutes? You're
Well,
saying.
You just said three. You said three. They both said three. You've got a consent. You've got a majority. You said you wanted everybody to speak.
I do put here.
Okay.
Do 2 minutes.
Oh, that's what, okay. You said 2 minutes. Everybody speak for 2 minutes. I said everybody speak for 2 minutes. What are you saying?
I'm saying 2 minutes.
Okay. That's
Wow.
consent.
And I'm going, this is Dr. Ruffin again. I'm going to say that the added time is 15 minutes. So we're saying that we are so much in a rush to get this board agenda pushed for whatever reason that we don't have 15 minutes to allow to the community to hear them. Is that what we're saying?
No.
So that they can't have their total 3
15 times
minutes?
30, that's 45 minutes. So it's typically 20 minutes.
We have already established what the typical time is, and we have also established that this board, when it's convenient for them, has allowed that to be exercised and delayed. So my question is again, 15 times 3 is 45 minutes. So if they cannot, we're saying that we don't want to let this community have the extra time to express themselves. That's what this board is saying.
It's extra 15 minutes and 2 minutes.
I don't think that we've ever indicated that we want to hurry through a meeting. At least I don't want to go through a meeting. And we have public that's come, but our board bylaw says 3 minutes and 20 minutes total per topic. And so this is extending it beyond our board bylaws.
It's not.
And 2 minutes, I can tell you, if I'm really upset, I can speak really fast, and 2 minutes would be enough for me to get my point across. But consensus of the board is 3 members have said 2 minutes. And 2 board members have suggested 3 minutes. 2 minutes it is. Rachel, are you going to give us the names of first, second?
Ms. Donna Wynn, President, please do one thing. Just the way John Rush had told us the last time, let's say what you say, Ms. Burrell, about the 50 million people that called in and asked her to resign. He was the first person to say,
I'm sorry.
it's not right, Ms. Wynn.
It's not appropriate for me.
I'm raising my hand for you. I want you to do the president's job of doing what he did on the floor. That's not right, Ms. Wynn.
I don't hear everybody, so, Rachel, do you have a?
Trying to get the minutes adjusted.
Of some sort.
But it don't matter.
Minutes from 3 to 2.
Oh, okay.
The system pays it.
45 minutes. Right.
All right.
We have DJ Hind.
Rachel, do you have them in order of when they were received?
Yes, they're in order as we received them.
Thank you. Okay, 2 minutes, right? All right. The one other thing I would like to talk about too, which Megan was talking about a minute ago, Ms. Powell, is that we have partnered with Fulgent Technologies. When I say we, that means you have partnered with Fulgent Technologies, a genetic company. Genetic means DNA, not COVID or not COVID SARS, but it means DNA. And we have contracted $3 million worth of testing with them. So you also refused plausible accommodations for employees who requested religious exemptions. The simple accommodation that was asked for by a good number of members was that you provide a saliva test. A saliva test is just as accurate as a nasal swab. And Fulgent provides a saliva test. So one phone call from Mr. Ramos would have been able to get us the test immediately. That's all it would have taken. But he said it was so tough of a accommodation. It was just so unforeseen. We can't do this. We're unable to do it. And Fulton obviously has been selling, or known to sell, I should say known to sell its clients' genetic DNA to Chinese companies, and is in a major battle with the LA Sheriff's Department. And shout out to the law enforcement, the nurses, the first responders who continue to protect and service in this unprecedented time.
30 seconds.
But doesn't it bother you to know that our DNA is being sold? We're spending $3 million to test. It just doesn't figure out. That's money that could go to our children. That's money that could be spent on education, not on this dog and pony show of testing. So please just think about the saliva test and some other alternatives for those people that have a religious exemption that is reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi again. Okay, just gonna continue where I left off. So myself, along with many staff members and parents and students, are very alarmed by the information provided by the FBI. We believe that the information provided by both the FBI and the LA Sheriff's Department should be taken very seriously. In the letter from Sheriff Villanueva, he mentioned that Fulton had ties to 3 companies, one of which is Huawei Technology. This was extremely alarming to me. I previously worked for a direct competitor of Huawei. During the time I worked there, we encountered many news stories from our competitor Huawei of them being caught giving personal information of consumers to China. Also, employees have heard that during their registration with Fulgent, they agreed to their DNA being shared. They have been told that it was part of the computer registration. A lot of the employees I've spoken with did not even complete that on their own. It was the Fulgent employees doing all of the clicking. So nobody, that I spoke with actually agreed to any of their DNA being shared. So we're wondering what's being done to protect students and staff that are, being forced to use this company to test weekly. Staff members and students that I've spoken with are willing to provide their own test results from their doctor or wherever they choose and feel safe getting tested from. So we ask that you guys reconsider where we're testing from. And then I want to touch on one other thing. I was sent a video of an altercation, a verbal altercation that happened outside on district property. I believe it was between some of the representatives from Cancel the Contract and another person that's here. And in that video, one of the people from Cancel the Contract admitted to having a weapon in their car and threatened to use it against the community member that's here. She said, "Look, I have a Beretta in my trunk and it's ready to blow." So I think we need to assess who we're allowing in here when they're bringing guns on district property.
Eugene Hernandez.
They're not bringing guns. What is the Beretta? You heard me. Get a move.
Okay, are you gonna let them interrupt this meeting too?
It's your turn.
Okay, Eugene Hernandez, Antelope Valley Green Party. I remain shocked at the video of that young, little tiny black girl being tackled by the sheriff deputy in that school. I think that's outrageous. I think it's outrageous that you have a contract with a law enforcement agency that even the board of supervisors have no confidence in, that have been accused of many crimes ranging from domestic violence to child abuse to murder. And I bet anything that that sheriff deputy who tackled that poor girl was not disciplined, remains in the school, and that there's no transparency as to how he was treated. I think that is outrageous, and for you to continue the contract with the sheriff's department, you should not do it, because they are the most despised, corrupt law enforcement agency in this country. Another point, your statistics show that this Antelope Valley Union High School District is 49.5% Latino. At one point, this school district had a Latino advisory council. I want to find out why that committee has been dissolved. I established that committee, I think over 20 years ago, and I think the Latino community should have a voice in the running of this district. Thank you very much.
Don't start my time, Ms. Bruno, I hope, because you're letting people go over the time. So I'm gonna go ahead and speak to Mr. Meehan again and Dr. Ruffin and Mr. These Roscoe. Everybody on this board should recuse themselves, even what you say, get off the board, except for maybe Meehan and Mr. Roscoe, because you know what? This is a joke and I'm not gonna be coming up in here and looking at this mess. And I'm gonna say it as it is, as the minister's going on. I'm gonna say this real quick. Forget coming to the district for your complaint. Go to the U.S. Department of Education, Office of Civil Rights, 50 United Nations Plaza Suite, 1545, San Francisco, California, 94102. Phone number is 415-486-5555. This is a joke that we're sitting up in here. So I'm gonna read one more thing about what I said about the district with these two intimidators and stuff. Let me say what Matt Case said. Findings of facts. The evidence supports the finding that on one occasion, Coach Hines used the racial slur during the film session to motivate the players. Coach Hines quoted a movie and stated, "I'm looking for my ride or die nigga," or words to that effect. Coach Hines explained that during the film, it was evident that the players lacked effort and therefore he quoted a movie in an attempt to motivate the team to work harder. This incident circulated throughout the team. Players who were absent and stuff were also informed that he said that, how in the hell does anybody calling somebody go out there and play like some niggas, anything? Because we came to the district and had Dr. Ruffin stand by our side just to make sure that we can get our voices heard with the tape that I want you to hear today. I'm sitting up and letting you all know. She sat there trying to be a conduit to let us all know that there should be a way the parents should come in here and speak to you all. But you don't even want us to sit up in here and talk, but you don't mind taking the backs of both of them, brown and blacks and other people of lower economics, socioeconomic people, to say you want to take their money, but you can't let them talk. You ought to be ashamed of yourself who sits on this board, because half of you are in cahoots with the same thing that's going on in this district as it is in our country. And see, I told you about Coach Hines when I came. I told you when we came, he's ruining kids in that district. And you sitting here getting paid. If my time's gone, it's about to stop because you're letting everybody else speak. Coach Hines did it. So why don't I say this? Rush had no problems in saying to Ms. Perel, can we go ahead and listen to all the people they called in? Because that so-called that so-called situation, Colonel, you know you're wrong. Because you know why you're wrong? Because you guys allow the people to do what they do in this district and just don't care about none of us. You sit here and act like you got the kids as bad. These teachers, some of them that are coming up, what does Hines have to say? I ain't said nothing. I don't warn you about him. He's ruined kids' lives, and you have let him stay. But it's not going to happen. Mr. Meehan, help us, Mr. Meehan. Help Dr. Ruffin. Stand by her side, sir.
Raquel Kirchler, I won't wait 3 minutes.
That's right, get 5 minutes. Thank you, young man, as always. Right.
Good evening, board members. My name is Raquel Derkler, and I'm here this evening to discuss the 2021-22 local control accountability plan provided to the public by this school district. As you are aware, the purpose of this 2013 legislation was to provide school parents, students, and community members with the opportunity to be a part of the decision-making process as how to best invest the funds provided to the district, as well as to be a mechanism to provide the public with transparency on how and if the money is being spent as intended. A review of the 2021-22 LCAP demonstrates that the district is falling short in the area of accountability. The plan lays out that the budgeted dollars for goals that pertain to college prep, a positive school culture, and community relations is approximately $229 million. The actual amount spent was approximately 212 million, with an approximate difference of $17 million. Nowhere in the LCAP does it disclose where or how the 17 million was subsequently spent. This means the district is in direct violation of how the LCAP is required to work. Without the community being made aware of how the 17 million was used, the district is essentially playing a shell game with the public funds. The community is calling on the district to immediately provide the public with documentation showing what happened to that $17 million.
30 seconds.
Thank you.
Christian Green.
Thank you. Well, good evening, everyone. Shout out to you guys having a great, I guess, semester. Whatnot. My 2 minutes are going to start right now. Thank you to Ms. Chandlerlin. Congratulations to Mr. Gray. Congratulations to Ms. Nguyen. My name is Christian Green, campaign coordinator for Council of Contract, youth pastor, former foster youth, AVUHSD alumni. Today, I come to talk about a couple of things. One thing for sure is I think a young lady addressed something that happened with an outside incident, which is not true. And it kind of sucks because before me, I have the actual complaint and the restraining order against one of our members. And in that, I'm going to read what Ms. Jill McGrady stated. Jill McGrady, it really sucks that you went to this falsification of what happened on those events. I asked that you would actually try to retract on what you said on this because most of this is not true. What I will say is this what she stated was, this includes, that's not it, there we go, there we go. Despite my efforts, Ms. Flax continued to speak out in turn and engage with other members of the audience. As a result, I asked Ms. Flax to leave the meeting. To the best of my recollection, Ms. Flax responded to by, among other things, saying that she would not leave the meeting. This manner in which Ms. Flax made the comment, including her demeanor and tone of voice, felt to me like she was threatening to engage in a physical altercation. This is what is the problem. Like, so people can't raise their tone or their influx of their demeanor or whatnot. It really sucks because we don't really know the community that we're serving. Overall, about 87% of the school district is Black and brown. And if you do not understand how Black and brown people talk, then I don't understand why we're serving them. There has to be a de-escalation practices that's included for board members. This should not have happened because the Beretta was non-existent. So going off about what somebody has said or what they believe, and there was no actual tangible evidence, really, really sucks. Last thing that I will say is there is a Confederate flag that is existing in this room today. And if we don't understand that racism exists, and that we're allowing it to come in here over and over and over again, then it's shame on you guys. Shame on this board. And I hope that one day we change things. That's my prayer. Thank you. Have a good day.
Mark Napolitano.
Good evening, board. My name is Mark Napolitano. And even if you're upset or not, and you say you could get your point across in 2 minutes, I find that astounding. I do appreciate the doctor who is willing to give us enough time. I don't understand why you guys are harping over 25 minutes. I'm proudly wearing my unpoisoned COVID survivor yellow star, just so you guys know. I did survive. But my question is, does the Department of Health fund your district? 26,000 students did not register for LA Unified for the 2021 or 21-22 school year. How many at the Antelope Valley Union High School District did not register? How many have dropped this year? We teach history for a reason. Those that fail are doomed to repeat it. Segregation is and was a thing of the past. Now you want to segregate vaccinated and unvaccinated employees as well as athletes. When does the madness end? Who runs our district? This panel or the LA Department of Health? Parents that are aware of the dangers behind an emergency use authorization gene therapy drug, because it's not a vaccination, it's a drug, till 2023 emergency use authorization, if you guys aren't aware of that, compared to a high survival rate, especially among the younger generations. The younger you are, the more likely you are to survive it.
30 seconds.
Want this to end. We will continue to pull our students over such tyrannical nonsense. And a quick touch on this real quick. I actually loved and enjoyed seeing all the slideshows of the kids, the school dances and all that stuff without their mask on, because it's actually been proven that masks don't work. Follow the time.
Amanda Palmer,
No, it's not here.
You had to leave.
Teresa Palmer,
She had to leave.
Jaylene Davidson,
Good evening. As far as Miss Isabella Flax, there is, whether the Beretta was in the car or not, the threat was real. And there is a video that actually states that. This board actually said they wouldn't stop people from coming in here that continue to interrupt. Because she threatened people, and it's not the first time, she should not be allowed here anymore. And I'm sorry for that. I had a friend who wanted to speak tonight, unfortunately, and she spoke before. Unfortunately, she's down with COVID, and she wants to make it clear that even though her kids go here and she teaches, now that she's had COVID, she still will not be getting vaccinated. And she hopes to be back at the next meeting. She is almost completely over it. By you guys taking the teachers out or the kids out every time that there is a threat of quarantine, not only are you doing this, we would like to know how many times have you made the teachers use up their time, made kids miss school, okay, discriminate, and then the time that wasted, these people didn't even have COVID. You were separating and discriminating kids by mask and vaccines. And as far as Daniel Ramos goes, and she hopes he hears this tonight, it's time to step up and represent all the teachers, not just the vaccinated or the unvaccinated. It's everybody. You guys are discriminating with the teachers as well as the students. Are you not supposed to be the ones who protect them? And instead, you have a sign over here talking about suicide. Do you know how much the suicide rates have went up since this has begun? And you still separate them. You still separate them by vaccinated, unvaccinated. You make them wear masks on a virus that has 99.9%. And I will actually walk away and not continue like everybody else.
Your time already went over. We started late. Yeah.
Diana Padilla Garcia,
Good evening. Good evening. I just want to thank you for disrespecting my time. I'm a parent of 3 students in Highland High School, and I'm here to talk about important issues that affect my kids in our school. First, the transportation department has been horrible. I want to ask that you guys do an audit on them. They have these smart tags that haven't even been working for 2 months. My son was missing for almost 2 hours. He's a special ed student. He was missing for almost 2 hours and no one could tell me where he was. Okay, and the other girl in the bus after him had a G2. So that's unacceptable, okay? Our kids can't go missing. That's a liability for you guys, okay? Number 2, my kids are in Highland High School. We've been having so many issues out there. I'm part of the SSC committee, which is supposed to approve and talk about all of these budgets that we have in our campus, but our school doesn't make them available for us parents, okay? Accessing them is a difficult process, which shouldn't be because that's public record. I had to file a public record request with the principal at the school site, which is ridiculous. And he still hasn't responded. That timeline is a 10-day timeline, and it's gonna set on Sunday. So he violated that record request. Our kids are, another thing is that our kids are getting achievements, recognitions with some stickers. That's ridiculous when they're spending a lot of time with their football teams, because that's more important in Highland High School, our football kids. And that's not fair for all of the other kids. And then,
Actually, can we let her listen and let her finish? Is it, I'm
This is okay. Okay, to be fair across the board, no.
2 minutes.
Do you want to
2
submit
minutes.
your
That's it.
notes? Maybe you could submit your notes.
no, I mean, that doesn't help. I mean, that's the reason why I'm here, because our Highland High School principal's open door policy doesn't work. He doesn't give me the time.
Now, if I let you continue, then we need to let everybody else continue too. That's only fair.
Mario presents.
Good evening, school board. My first time appearing before you was last session, but it was not my first time attending or the first time you read my words via your virtual sessions. The first time I attended physically, a disruptor caused your meeting to be closed and created headlines, front page in fact. With my activism, I'm kind of used to it. Last session, I gave a powerful speech reminding you of the blatant discrimination that we're seeing in our district regarding these vaccines using sneeches as an allegory. That speech has 40,000 views on TikTok and climbing. Honesty has a way of catching people's attention, and my work is not without danger. I've had my personal information posted on freeway overpasses, light poles, theater marquees, and my husband has also suffered similar threats to his business because of my voice. Speaking publicly about the dangers that threaten our children is part of my message, so why do people want me to stop? We're taught by our educators in society not to judge people by their appearances, and I've been verbally berated before what I wear on my body, accused of being a sellout for how I wear my hair, and harassed at the 2 meetings I've attended physically. The individual who disrupts your meetings, interrupts speakers, calls me names, and even goes so far as to threaten me with a weapon on your property is trying to remove your children's protection. Cancel the Contract is a dangerous organization dedicated to removing all deputies from all campuses. That's lunacy. The massacre at Parkland High School in Florida taught us that the authorities have no actual obligation to rush in and stop a school shooter. When an active shooter was on his campus, that resource officer ran the other way and was not punished for it. This man who was hired to protect our children ran. I was taught to stand your ground and stand up for others by more than my parents. My teachers taught me this too. When the Twin Towers fell and people ran away, one group ran into the toxic debris cloud without a second thought. We want these same types of people to protect our children too. We want them to run toward the danger, to neutralize the threat, not away from it. Now, in speaking of neutralization, I'd like to thank the board for their actions removing Mrs. Isabel Flax permanently for her behavior and threats of violence. Threats that have been documented with Lancaster Sheriff's Department report number T424, disturbance on November 10th, 2021, along with corresponding evidence. Thank you very much.
Mr. Neal, thank you very much for addressing that. Before our next speaker comes up, you know, if anybody has a specific issue with any of the departments, they're welcome to make an appointment with staff. And you can probably get more information from you like that. Rachel.
Barbara Long.
Thank you, board members, for letting me address you tonight. I'm a concerned mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother. I have an adopted son at Lancaster High School and family members all over the Antelope Valley. I've got like 27 grandkids and a lot of great-grandkids. I have to admit, since my grown kids got out of school, I haven't paid much attention to what's going on in the schools. In 2014, though, I began to wake up, pulled both my adopted sons out of public school and began homeschooling. My youngest has special needs and needs help with things that I'm not equipped to help him with. Therefore, I put him back in school for his high school years. Having kids in mass all day long are harmful to them. Kids all ages need to see people's facial expressions and hear how words are pronounced. He's in speech. You know, how's he going to formulate words and learn when everybody's faces are covered?
Next is the vaccine mandate. Why would any of you consider forcing kids, teachers, and staff to get a vaccine that doesn't work? It should be pretty obvious to all of us by now. We've been lied to at every level. First, it was shut down for 15 days to slow the curve. Now it's being forced to take a vaccine that we know nothing about. O+ booster after booster. There have been almost 20,000 deaths caused by the vaccine, hundreds of thousands of adverse events. Plus, there's no accountability to Pfizer or Moderna or JJ for, and I just learned today that they don't have to release any data till 2096. That's absurd. Most of us will be dead, vaxxed or not by then. I know you guys say you have to go by LA County Health. Do you know none of them are medical doctors? Other school districts are opposing the mandate. There has to be a way that we can do that too. First would be, quit taking money from them. I don't know how much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Samuel Simpson.
How you guys doing? My name is Samuel Simpson. This is extremely challenging to come up here to talk to you guys because there's a lot of problems in you guys' house. You guys got a clean house. My daughter was gifted, so I moved her up. So she's a younger kid in Highland High School. A teacher that you guys have on your staff had talked to her derogatory in class. And from my understanding, this is a situation that's not only happening in the classroom, but also on the football field. And I know I also paid you guys to use your facilities because I also run a youth football field, a youth football team. And I've been discriminated against by people in the high schools out here too. You guys got a clean house and I don't know what to do. I talked to principals. I made complaints. I didn't know this lady. I don't know nothing. This is my first time here. I just purchased a house out here. I'm regretting that too. So you guys got a clean house for our kids. I came here to make a difference from the 4 to 14. I sent most of those athletes to Highland High School that I've trained out here until they got to the high school age. You guys got to do better for them. You guys do. You guys do. There's so many kids that's here. That's our future. You guys have to do better for them. And you guys owe that to them.
Thank you.
I'm back. I have something to read, so I'll make it clear that I am not Kyle Frazier. Okay, so, good evening. My name is Kyle Frazier. I cannot be here in attendance today because I'm providing security for the school function at Lancaster High School, which happens to be a duty listed on the Campus Supervisor 1 job description. Campus supervisors for the Antelope Valley Union High School District are working out of class according to the job descriptions. 8 of the 11 examples of duties for the campus supervisor are on the Campus Supervisor 1 job description. Verbatim are report incidents of misbehavior to proper school authority, serve as a positive role model for students, provide general campus supervisor, including classrooms, cafeteria, recreation, and athletic areas, direct campus visitors to proper authorities, prevent unlawful loitering, provide security for parking areas, supervision of restrooms and locker room areas, other duties as assigned by the principal or designee. When the Campus Supervisor 1 position was created, the job description was basically a job description of the campus supervisor with 15 added examples of duties. The 15 added examples of duties are what campus supervisors have been doing prior to when this position was created and the entire time since then. If we were to adhere to the current job descriptions, then you would only have 8 people at the district-wide. That means 1 person on each campus. And the rest of this says what they would not be able to respond to as 1 person. So please take a look at some of the information that we'll be discussing with reclassifications. They are really out of alignment. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes all of our non-agendized items.
Okay, I want to thank everybody once again for compromising on the 2 minutes. I'd like to reiterate the fact that if you do have a concern, you're always welcome to make an appointment with a staff member or cabinet member who will be able to give you in detail answers to your questions. Item 8 is personnel services action items. 8A, approval of employment agreement for Superintendent Greg Meehan. The board shall be considering an employment contract for Greg Meehan as the district's superintendent effective January 1st, 2022. The recommended compensation is summarized as follows. Point, annual base salary of $208,000 with an annual increase July 1st, equal to the California Consumer Price Index percentage. The next item is district paid health and welfare benefits. Next item is 20 days sick leave annual, 25 vacation days annually, membership organization dues payment, and up to 1,300 annual premium for payment of life insurance policy. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the employment agreement for Superintendent Greg Meehan. May I have a motion?
Second. You didn't make it also.
I have a motion by John Brady and a second by John West. Do we have any discussion?
Yes, Miss Nguyen, this is Dr. Ruffin. I do have discussion. And this is for the record. This is a sad day for the students and the families of the Antelope Valley Union High School District. We had amazing candidates that were equity warriors, well-equipped with the fortitude, vision, and experience to lead this district forward. Instead, we got systemic violence perpetuated in the selection of the extension of the status quo from the past 24 years. And what took place on November the 15th and 16th during the interview process for this district superintendent is a reflection of how deep-rooted the intentions to straddle the student achievement and success of our most deserving students is. At best, as demonstrated by this board, it is not concerned about moving the needle of academic success for all students, and this is a travesty. The elected board members are ultimately held accountable, and we are responsible for the Antelope Valley Union High School District success and for improving student learning and achievement. Unfortunately, the past and current board members have demonstrated this board has not traditionally been well positioned for this critical task. Instead, the Antelope Valley Union High School District board members have not been elected because she or he came with the necessary understanding of their jobs. They have been self-motivated by reasons that have nothing to do with helping move the district's performance forward. In order for the board to set effective policy that will lead to improved learning, student achievement, and district success, the board must support the accurate and meaningful data that has been shared and talked about now on a national level as it relates to the 80% or more students in this district, those that are African American and Hispanic students' performances in the Antelope Valley Union High School District. We should be paying attention to the data that relates to our students' learning, the student achievement, student retention, issues specific to our foster youth, student safety, teacher and administrator performance, employee satisfaction, student post-graduation options, cost effectiveness, student graduation rates, access to A through G courses, and other areas related to overall district performance. This said, the board and the superintendent should use well-developed measures of performance and outcomes to determine how the district is performing. The board should articulate the vision, mission, and policy for the district. Many of these board members have been a part of this district for longer than myself. Some of them said tonight, 10 years. And this vision and mission is still not clear or meaningful for the challenges the district is currently facing with student success. The board is to work in collaboration with the superintendent to set annual targets for each key performance measure in accomplishing the board's vision, mission, and the superintendent's guiding principles and objectives, of which has not been established nor verbalized during Mr. Nehan's selection. I am concerned that this board, like many people have expressed tonight, is not able to hold the superintendent accountable for the performance of the district, as the board is not equipped and has not demonstrated the ability the past 24 years to do so. Instead, the status quo has maintained, and it is lockstep. Mr. Nehan said during his interview that the data doesn't lie. Yet, when the Antelope Valley Union High School District student and district performance data has been made available on a national level, members of this board dispute whether the data is accurate, even when the data is and has been presented by our board and the district and is showcased on the district website. It concerns me that this board's deep level of systematic violence, perpetuating what has been and ignoring the needs of what needs to be done. And that leaves the Antelope Valley Union High School District with limited accountability. And so our one employee, the superintendent, under this cloud will not be accountable as well. I would like Mr. Nehan to articulate how he will commit to using data to drive decisions that will be at the core for transforming this district. I would like Mr. Nehan to deliver a comprehensive report within 30 days to the board that will identify the measures the district is currently using to determine system-wide performance. I would like Mr. Nehan to deliver within the 90 days a performance measure plan that will identify and define the approach and vision for accountability and what process he will employ to measure the short and long-term performances of the districts through the superintendent's guiding principles and objectives. Hopefully, this will be addressed on an annual basis with meeting the board's current vision, mission, and if need be, suggest ways the board can improve its vision, its mission, and policies for inclusive practices that will benefit all students. This is what the other candidates brought to the table. With this said, I would like the board to direct the superintendent to deliver within 90 days a performance measurement plan or strategic plan that will address the district's system-wide effectiveness. The superintendent's guiding principles should include outcomes and actively use data that will determine the effectiveness of teachers, the schools, the administrators, and budgets. For example, suspensions and expulsions, equity-centered district-wide support, graduation rates, percentages of students taking and passing A through G courses, support for our high school, high percent of foster youth in the LA County. We have the most foster youth in all of LA County. How are we supporting these kids through our LCAP, as one speaker spoke out today? Student retention rates, which also should include reasons the student left the school, our dropout rates, including reasons why students are fifth-year seniors or sixth-year seniors. We need to look at student and teacher attendance rates, as was discussed today with issues of COVID and testing. It's going to impact our student attendance rates, which will impact our average daily attendance. We need to look at the number of safety incidents reported by campuses, those that are formally or informally stated across and we need to have cross-district collaboration in the area of articulation from our middle schools. The number of student disciplinary actions needs to be deeply explored. Those suspensions, the expulsions, the alternatives to suspensions, the parent satisfaction with this, financial performance, operational performance, and cost-effective programs and services. As we heard today, there are questions about the cost effectiveness of the programs that we're using. This report from Mr. Nehan should include an executive summary, a detailed report, and a summary report that is designed for use by parents and the community at large to understand. Hopefully, the report will offer growth measures rather than static measures where they can be relevant, and include the details of each indicator by student subgroup and board districts. It is my hope that through the superintendent's strategic planning process, that the superintendent will set annual district-wide targets for each key performance measure. The superintendent shall, or he should be able to report to the board on an annual basis prior to his evaluation as stated in the contract, and share what extent the targets were met or not, and provide a means to create action steps that will have more details of how we move this district forward. The board will use or could use the district performance plan and this data to determine by the measures provided as a process of transparency to make it a part of the superintendent's annual evaluation. The data will be used to drive the board's policy decisions and hold the superintendent and the district accountable. That is my hope for Mr. Nehan. Now, Ms. Nguyen addressed Mr. Nehan's contract. And I have several concerns with the ways in which the contract was presented. And by the way, this board just got the contract yesterday to review for the board meeting today. That is not on number one for the first thing I want to address. The contract is not numbered. It doesn't have page number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 4 or 5. It's not numbered. It should be numbered to situate the number of pages of the original document in the event of a future addendum. Number 2, the following education code and government codes was not provided prior to it. Ms. Williams actually sent those codes recently. And it matters when you have a contract and you make reference to an education code, but you don't tell the board what those codes are. What are we trying to hide? And I do believe that in previous superintendents and other cabinet members' contracts, there were clauses in there that automatically re-triggered the superintendent's contract because it was situated in us being able to determine what that code meant, and it was not spelled out explicitly. Number 3, under the compensation, the language says, but failure to attach addendum shall not affect the validity or the amount of any such adjustment. This is our one job as a board, to select the superintendent. Why or how would we not make sure that any addendum is mandated to be attached to the original contract of the superintendent? Which goes back to my point of why don't we have the contract numbered? It just leaves too much room for portions of a page to be added or portions of pages to be missed, and it's not good business. I ask that this be corrected. This leaves room for us, or it benefits, to me, a hidden agenda with extended contracts that would favor this employee. Next, under Title 4 of sick leave, which many of the teachers in this room and staff should really pay attention to. The language speaks, the sick leave may be accumulated indefinitely. Is that even legal? We have teachers in the community that just expressed that teachers are maxing out their time, staff is maxing out their time, but we're saying in this contract that our superintendent can accumulate sick time indefinitely. And why would we agree to this? That's just very interesting to me. Number 5, under benefits and reimbursement, health and welfare, we are agreeing to pay full medical, dental, and vision benefits up to age 75. And we're agreeing to do this for all of the superintendents eligible dependents until they are 75. And even if the superintendent dies before that, God forbid, nothing happens to Mr. Neehan. I strongly move that the board reconsider this today and now. So we're going to offer all of this superintendent's family medical benefits, even past to the age of 75. I don't even know if that's legal, but I guess this board has traditionally just done whatever they want to anyway. Number 6, under the area of life insurance, I would like to know what can districts legally do and agree to for term life insurance policies, because it's not clearly stated in this contract as it's mentioned. For number 7, under professional duties, I would like for this board to explicitly state what is meant by reasonable expenses. You want to reasonable expenses incurred in connection with activities, but we have not put any boundaries around what is reasonable. I do believe if we all Google, there is a huge issue about a superintendent's contract in the state of California locally that has a lot of question, and these taxpayers are paying for this. For number 8, under evaluation, I believe the board should be working diligently and set aside workshops now that will set the vision, mission, as supported by board policy to ensure student learning, student achievement, and the superintendent's ability to drive district performance as we determine in collaboration with him. Under number 9 of this contract for the superintendent, in the section that says, I move that we vote now to terminate the superintendent's contract, it be by a 3/5 majority.
She's still talking.
And I believe that this does align with the 3/5 majority vote of the board to increase the superintendent's salary as stipulated in section 2 of the contract under compensation. The way that the termination is stated as it is basically presenting a bulletproof mandate that the superintendent cannot be terminated. And last, the statement on the last page of the contract, and I think that was Ms. Wynn that said, am I still talking? Absolutely, I'm still talking, because this is our one big job. The statement on the last page of the contract that reads, additional amendments may be added in writing to the contract by mutual consent of the superintendent and the governing board at any time during the period of the contract. I believe it should read, it will be added in writing and become the new contract as stated, with the new addendums continuing in page numbers that reflect the whole contract and not just pieces of it. And that's my input.
First of all, Dr. Ruffin, during your conversation, your phone was cutting out. So we were not hearing what you were fully talking about. That's why I meant, I see she's still talking, but we're not hearing anything.
Right. Well, on my end, it's showing that I wasn't muted, but I have been censored in the past from internally. So I don't have any communication problems on my side.
No, you were not muted. And secondly, discussing Mr. Meehan's contract is a closed session item. It's not supposed to be discussed in open session. The items that are listed in the agenda are the ones that we can discuss in open session. So
unless Ms. Wynn, you have a different contract than I have, a different agenda than I have. The agenda that I have, it says number 8, approval of the employment agreement of the superintendent's contract. So it gives me reason to discuss that. And I did have this discussion with Ms. Williams, and I did not attend closed session, as you know, because of the issues in closed session. So I don't have any reason. This is where we're supposed to talk about it. And the superintendent's contract is public. Excuse me, let me finish. The superintendent's contract is public knowledge. It's not a secret.
Dr. Rowan, we had these conversations in closed session. We had a discussion of the contract. We discussed all the aspects of the contract. You chose not to come to that. This is the vote on that contract.
Okay, so first of all, Miss McGrady,
Yes, ma'am.
I don't need you to speak for me. I publicly say why I don't go into closed session. And I know that I also have a right to discuss the superintendent's contract in open session, which is what I'm doing. I'm not in violation. And the issues that I bring about are areas of concern. And it's not a secret that the community also has a right to hear it. So unless there was some different stipulation stated on this action item and this agenda, then it should have been disclosed and it hasn't been.
Can I just address two points that Dr. Ruffin raised that called into question the legality of two aspects of the contract? First, with regards to sick leave accumulating, and definitely that's the ed code, it's required. Certificate employees are allowed to accumulate sick leave over and over and over and over again. We can't take it away. So his contract is just reflecting what's required in the ed code. And with regards to the health and welfare benefits, the contract does not provide that Mr. Meehan's dependents receive benefits to age 75. It says that the superintendent will.
Does anybody else have any other comments? I will call for the vote.
Excuse me, wait, sorry, Ms. Nguyen. I want to address Mr. Furno. I believe that was him. Thank you so much, Mr. Furno, for answering that question. And I'm looking at the superintendent's contract under the area of regards to health and wellness. And I do want to read what it says because maybe I have looked at it in the wrong regard. So it says, under number 6, benefits and reimbursement, health and welfare. The superintendent shall receive fully paid health and welfare benefits for himself and eligible dependents. Based on the superintendent's approximate 7 years of prior district services in the cabinet level position, upon superintendent's retirement after reaching the age of 55, the superintendent shall receive fully paid medical, dental, and vision benefits to the age of 75. The benefits shall include the superintendent and eligible dependents. In the event that the superintendent shall pass away prior to reaching age 75, the spouse shall receive benefits until the superintendent would have reached 75. All statutes applicable to sick leave, disability leave, and retirement for certificated employees shall apply. So I just stated exactly what is in here. And I believe that what I stated was that his beneficiary, which specifically says here, his spouse will get those benefits to age 75 as well.
We cannot answer those questions in open session as to the law. We cannot. And this probably would have been a good time for you to come to closed session because all of your questions would have been answered.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyen. And once again, I'm going to say, the reasons why I don't go to closed session are publicly noted. This is the place to have the discussion, and I'm not trying to have this discussion in private. I think that the community needs to know, and this is also public knowledge. Anybody can request the superintendent's contract. So whether you guys discuss it in closed session or not, I'm making this all for the record so that it is clear what my concerns are about this individual and the ways in which this contract has been presented.
So just one last comment from me. I've known Mr. Meehan for over 15 years. I have always known him to put students and staff first. I have always known him to take into consideration what's good for this district. I understand that when his appointment had been announced, people gave him, in staff, gave him a standing ovation. I feel that of all of the people we interviewed, Mr. Meehan outshone all of the rest. And he is, in my opinion, the best person for this position. Now we're going to take the vote. Mr. Martinez. Thank you. Thank you. Have an eye from Mr. Martinez. Ms. Perrell.
Aye.
And I think Ms. Perrell. Dr. Ruffin.
No.
We have a no from Dr. Ruffin. Ms. Nguyen says aye. Mr. Rush
Aye.
and Ms. McGrady.
Aye.
The motion passes by a vote of 4-1, with student board member voting aye.
Thank you.
I have a few questions. Item B, approval of provisional internship permit. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve and direct the Assistant Superintendent of Personnel Services to submit provisional internship permit, allowing this individual to teach in the subject areas in each project. May I have a motion?
Second.
I have a motion by John Rush and a second by Joe McGrady. Do we have any discussion?
Yes, I have a question. Is there anyone in this cabinet that is able to answer how many opportunities are our teachers given within our district to qualify for a PIP provisional internship permit? And what is the time frame for an individual to pass necessary certifications to be credentialed? Because it seems like it's not an ending process that somebody could serve in this position for infinity as a PIP.
Dr. Ruffin, this is Brett Neal. I think I can probably answer your questions. There are time limits regarding the individual applications for PIPs as well as STIPs. Most of our employees that are under a PIP credential do move through the process and enter into the STIP process. And those individuals can also enter into an interim process before they are fully credentialed. Our PIPs, provisional interim permits, are issued for 1 calendar year. So for example, if an individual is issued a PIP on December 1st, they have until December 1st of the next year to complete the requirements or move into the next layer of credentialing. These STIPs, the short-term permits, are a little different, and they are specific to an ending of that school year. So if a STIP is authorized in December, they only have until the end of the school year, roughly June 1st, to complete those requirements. And if you remember, during the springtime of each year, we usually bring forward just so that we can have on record non-reelects of STIPs that may not complete those requirements. So there is a little confusion, but teachers can move through the PIP, the STIP interim process prior to them becoming fully credentialed.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. New.
You're welcome.
Any more discussion? Having a motion and a second, we will now vote. Student board member, how do you vote? Aye. Ms. Brown?
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Ms. Nguyen says yes. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Ms. McGrady?
Yes.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0 with our student board member voting. Item C, approval of short-term staff permit. It's recommended the Board of Trustees approve and direct the Assistant Superintendent of Personnel Services to submit a short-term staff permit, allowing this individual to teach in the subject area as indicated. May I have a motion?
Motion.
I have a motion by Amanda Brown. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
A second by Jill Brady. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. We'll call for the vote. Our student board member, Mr. Martinez.
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Pearl.
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin.
Yes.
Ms. Nguyen says aye. Mr. Rush.
Yes.
Ms. McGrady?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with our student development board member voting aye. 9, business services action item, presentation on the first interim financial report 2021-22. Mr. Hawkins.
Gary?
Yes, I noticed that. No, that's not it. That's one of the kids.
Mr. Hawkins, this is considerably thinner than other ones.
Give us a second here. Little technical difficulties.
Mr. Hawkins, before you start, can I ask you, did Dr. Ruffin get a copy of this short version?
No, I'll have to apologize because my presentation was tweaked and I finished it about 3 hours ago, 3.5. But we will get a copy out to the board members by email no later when Rachel
the
can.
Information substantially different or basically it's about the same?
This is the information in the presentation is exactly the same as it is in the budget, the first interim that I provided to you. So there are no changes of the data.
I just wanted to make sure that she had information. Thank you. All right, you're on.
All righty. Well, thank you very much. As I stated, the complexity of doing our budgets now with the addition of a lot of the federal programs and state programs requires us to get down to the last minute. So I do apologize for not having this presentation completed. But like I said, I finished it, tweaking it about 4 o'clock this afternoon. The cover page is interesting because I do want you to take a look. It has to do with last Friday's victory by Quartz Hill High School in the Southern Section CIF, becoming that champion. And this morning, Cabinet had the pleasure of seeing a fantastic event to send off the team to Northern California to play in the state finals, I think 6:30 tomorrow evening. And I'll tell you what, these are the events that these kids will never forget. And that is why we do what we do every single day.
Thank you.
I'm here to partially to certify our first interim. The district will certify that we have a positive status, meaning that the district is able to meet its financial obligations for the remainder of this fiscal year and the next 2. I believe this is the time to be defined by our mission, values, and visions, not a virus. We don't let the virus get in front of or change the way we see things, the way we value things, and what our mission statement is for our students and staff and community. Overall, I'd like to real quickly with this kind of a state of the state. The state has received cash meaning taxes. Another word for cash is taxes, but they are about $2 billion ahead for the month of October. For the first 4 months of the year, the state is ahead about $11 billion. Well, that bodes well for education simply because education gets about 50% of all new dollars that come into the state. The issues we're looking at, though, however, are continue to be inflation, finding ways to strengthen our supply chain. As you've heard all of the container ships out there off of Long Beach. And one of the biggest issues is inflation, and it has accelerated at its fastest pace since 1982. The consumer price index is appearing to go up on a 6.8, almost 7% on an annual basis. So inflation is something that we have issues with moving forward, but the state is receiving more funding, so we do expect funding for the district for all school districts. Taking a quick look at P2 ADA, if you look at our enrollment, we have been steadily increasing. I'm projecting a flat. Right now, we're seeing a slight decrease in our ADA, and that has to do with the challenge that every single school district has at re-engaging our students. We have programs to re-engage, and while supporting the students in their social emotional learning, every district is challenged by this, and both of our ed services and student services have been using many creative methods to assist our students and to assist them to re-engage. I see this as a short-term issue only. If we look at our total funding for the district, and this is our state-based grant funding and LCFF or LCAP or targeted, they're all the same terms. We will receive a total base grant funding of about $243 million. Our targeted funding or our LCAP funding or our supplemental concentration, all three of them mean the same thing, will be about $43,934,000 this year. So we receive for LCAP about $44 million. Looking at our total revenues, we are expecting with the federal and state assistance dollars, whether it be the ESSER or state directed extra funds, which we picked up about another 10, 12 million in the last 4 months from the state adjusting our ELO grant. We will have a total revenue of about $361 million this next year. You can see how we break it out among our 4 areas. If we look at our expenditures, this is how we spend $1. So in essence, we are spending about 71 cents of every dollar for our staff. This is for all programs for both restricted and general fund. And a lot of this has to do with the excess funding we've received recently that we will be using for not only our staff, but non-staff items such as the air conditioning replacements that we're working through the many sites with, things like that. If we look at our projected unrestricted ending balance, our components of the ending fund balance will carry about $200,000 in revolving cash in our stores or our inventory, our warehouse. We are projecting to assign about 7.7 million of targeted dollars moving forward into the next fiscal year, and that leaves us with about $11 million for economic uncertainties. And then finally, we'll have approximately the unappropriated amount of about $17 million. If we look at that, our monthly payroll exceeds $22 million plus benefits. So we are reserving less than a month of our salaries right now. If we look at our multi-year, and this is what the state and the county look at, and so some of the key factors of the things we do look at are certainly our federal and state funding, whether it be on the COVID funding or our base grant, the standard prop, or what's called the Prop 98. We look at factoring in our enrollment, our attendance, estimating for our unduplicated student count, factors that may increase the LCFF, position control, STRS, PERS are always increasing as well, and economic conditions moving forward. So we look at all of these things when we put together a multi-year estimate. And the multi-year estimate here has us having a slight increase to our reserve balance for this year. And then if you'll notice, there's 2 negatives. in the next 2 years. That has to do with the excess funds we've received from the federal government this year that we didn't spend, that we're going to spend next year. So it's not deficit spending. It's, we didn't spend it this year, so it's in the ending balance. So when we spend it next year, we don't get the income again, but we will have an increased expenditure. So if we can kind of follow the fact that we're not deficit spending, but we're spending last year's money this year. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Anybody have any questions?
I believe so.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All righty. Hold on. We're gonna go to 9B. Right? Yes. Okay. 9B, first interim financial report 2021-22. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees review the first interim financial report and certify the financial condition of the district as positive. May I have a motion?
Motion.
I have a motion by Amanda Farrell and a second by John McGrady. Do we have any discussion? Hearing no discussion, we will call for the vote. Student member, board member, how do you vote? Mr. Martinez? Ms. Brown?
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin?
No.
Ms. Wynn is an aye. John Rush?
Yes.
Jim McGrady?
Aye.
Motion passes by a vote of 4-1 with Dr. Ruffin voting no and the student board member voting yes. You know what? I just realized I'm not reiterating what people are voting. I have to do. Yeah, I am. Okay. So many things have changed since I was here. Thank you for your help. Item C is business services resolution number 2021-22-14 certification of signatures. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 2021-22-14 certification of signatures. We have a motion.
Second.
I have a motion by Amanda Proud and a second by John Rush. Do I have a discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. Student board member, how do you vote? Ms. Perrell? Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Ms. Wynn is a yes. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Ms. McBride?
Yes.
The item passes by a vote of 5-0 with student board member voting aye. Change number D is change order number. Change order number 1, bid number 1/21-22176, single ply roofing and repairs of the 176 Holston building. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve this change order to Western Pacific Roofing Corporation, authorized Brian Hawkins to execute the change order on behalf of the district. May I have a motion?
Motion.
I have a motion by Brown
Second.
and a second by Mr. Rush. Do we have any discussion? Having a motion and a second, we'll now vote on it, on the item. Student board member, how do you vote? Our student votes aye. Ms. Brown?
Aye.
Ms. Brown votes aye. Dr. Ruffin?
No.
Dr. Ruffin votes no. Ms. Wynn votes aye. Mr. Rush?
Aye.
Ms. McGrady?
Aye.
Motion passes by a vote of 4-1, with Dr. Ruffin voting no and our student board member voting yes. Item E, change order number 2, bid number 1, subsequent to 1-22176, single ply roofing and repairs 176 Holston Building. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the change order number 2 to Western Pacific Roofing Corporation and authorize Brian Hopkins to execute the change order on behalf of the district. We have a motion.
Motion.
I have a motion by Amanda Crowe.
Second.
And a second by Mrs. Bush. Any discussion? Having a motion and a second, we'll now vote. Our student board member, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez votes aye. Ms. Brown?
Aye.
Ms. Brown votes aye. Dr. Ruffin?
No.
Dr. Ruffin votes no. Ms. Nguyen votes aye. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Mr. Rush votes yes. And Ms. McGrady?
Yes.
Ms. McGrady votes yes. The item passes by a vote of 4-1, with Dr. Ruffin voting no, the student board member voting aye. Change order number 7, bid number 4/20-21176 Holston Building remodel. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve change order number 7 to Gary Little Construction Incorporated and authorize Brian Hawkins to execute the change order on behalf of the district. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
I have a motion by Amanda Pearl and a second by John Rush. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. Student board member, how do you vote? Student board member votes aye. Amanda Pearl, how do you vote?
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin, how do you vote?
No.
I'm sorry, Ms. Pearl voted aye. Dr. Ruffin voted no. The leader votes aye. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Mr. Rush votes yes. Jill McGrady?
Yes.
Ms. McGrady votes yes. Item passes by a vote of 4-1, with our student board member voting aye. Number 10, approve consent agenda. Approve items listed in the following consent agenda categories: educational services, student services, personnel services, business services, and administrative services. Actions proposed for the consent agenda are items consistent with adopted policies and approved practices of the district. Excuse me, I'm sorry. And are deemed routine in the nature. Board will be asked to approve all of the items in the consent agenda by a single vote unless any member of the board asks that an item be removed from the consent agenda to be considered and discussed separately. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the items listed on the following consent agenda categories: educational services, student services, personnel services, business services, and administrative services as presented. May I have a motion?
Motion. I'll second it.
Excuse me. I have a motion by Amanda Burrell and a second by Jill McGrady. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Ms. Nguyen, I would like to pull 14E 2202523 for a separate vote.
Okay, is that all?
Yes.
Anybody else? So how do we do this? Do we vote on the whole consent item and except for that and then take that separately? Okay, so having a motion and a second on the consent agenda item minus which one? 14E.
With the specific.
Pardon me.
I believe that she identified a specific item under 14E.
Oh, okay. Dr. Rubin, do you mind repeating that under 14?
Yes, it's 14E.
Oh, I see.
2202523.
So you're going to take the vote on the consent item on the consent items minus that one specific item.
Okay, and then we'll go on that separately.
Yes.
Okay, so, calling for the vote on the rest of the consent agenda items, except for item 14E in specific 2201. I didn't get that.
22022523.
Thank you. Okay, sorry, having a coughing moment here. Student board member, how do you vote? Ms. Pearl, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Pearl votes aye. Dr. Ruffin?
Yes, this is for the, just to recant, because you guys went out. This is for the entire consent agenda, right?
Except for your item that you.
Exactly. Thank you.
And your vote is a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Nguyen is an aye as well. Mr. Rush? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Thanks. Ms. McGrady? Aye. The motion passes by a vote of 5-0 with our student board member voting aye. Okay, now specifically item 14. Dr. Ruffin, you're on.
I just asked for this to be a separate vote, so I don't have any discussion.
Oh, you just wanted a separate vote. Okay. Anybody else have any oh, I need a motion, I'm sorry.
Motion.
Lena.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Rush made the motion. And, Amanda, did you second?
Dr. Ruffin.
Dr. Ruffin, okay. And Dr. Ruffin both gave a second to this motion. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. Student board member, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Pearl, how do you vote?
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin, how do you vote?
No.
Okay. Mr. Rush?
Yes. Yes.
Jill McGrady, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes by a vote of 4-1 with Dr. Ruffin voting no. And our student board members voting yes. So we are down to comments from the board. Am I right? Yes. Okay.
I just want to say, I know none of the ICC members are here, but they were great presentations. It was great hearing what other campuses get to do as well as hearing every campus minded. I would also like to congratulate Mr. Meehan on your new position. And the board as well for you guys, the rearrangement. Thank you very much.
It's such a pleasure to have you on. Thank you. Ms. Pearl?
Yes, actually, I wanted to thank Mr. Meehan. I've said it to you before, but congratulations for your appointment. And also Ms. Shannon Lynn Williams, you've done an amazing job this whole time. And also Fort Hill High School, best of luck on their game tomorrow night. That's really awesome. So, and also I want to wish everyone a great winter break. Enjoy the next 3 weeks, and then I know you have to go right back in. And also, congratulations, Ms. Wynn. You're welcome.
Dr. Ruffin?
Yes, thank you. First, I want to dedicate this board meeting to the students and the families of the Oxford community who recently had a devastating school shooting and lost valuable students. And sure, the trauma in that community is going to last for a long time. So that's first and foremost. Next, I want to give a happy Hanukkah for those who celebrated last week. Congratulations to all of the seniors for completing college applications. You and your parents have worked hard and your rewards will be showing up soon. kudos to teachers and staff that have been in support of students in this process as well. I would like to encourage the students to keep pressing forward to reach your goals and dreams. It has been the beauty of public education to be a pathway to break barriers, and one that promises our students, with the right measure of support and systematic equity and integrity, a quality education to guide their ability to change their life trajectories. I want to also recognize Doctors Verdugo and Van Leuven for their hard work with the process of the superintendent search. They were beyond professional and guiding in their delivery to support this board in selecting a superintendent. Ultimately, it was the board's decision and discretion, and we landed with the status quo that was intended to continue the harm to our students, ignore the needs of the parents and the community at large. Yet the feeling of change will be honored by the dominant power structures with the intent to maintain sameness. I want to apologize to our entire community that we did not get what we deserve for our students with the current representation in the status quo as a superintendent. However, I believe that whoever is in this seat, we must continue to hold them and this board accountable to the educational investment and educational justice that all of our students are deserving of. I want to thank Ms. Williams for the work she has done serving as the interim superintendent. I must say, in the start of my 4th year on this board, it has been the most enjoyable experience working across the line with an interim superintendent that had an open door policy and was transparent. I do not expect anything less with this current superintendent. I do hope that this is a lesson for our community, and I'm so proud of the various voices and the courageous narratives that were heard today. I'm so happy that our community is being ignited to speak up on issues that are important to them. We must get involved in the decisions that are impacting our students on the local level and within our communities, and that includes this school board. We must be the change we want to see. If we want different, we must stand and show up for it. In this case, we got what we got, and now we must make do with what we have and support all of our students' academic success. One thing for sure is policies matter. Who's making decisions from who matters and why that person is making the decision. In the end, this is what counts and the only way to shift the needle of educational justice. I am encouraging whoever's out there in our community to please run for office, to please select future board members that will support your needs and look out for your students' wellness. We were very close with the selection of an amazing superintendent. I want to thank all of the amazing interviewees. They were eager, they were ready, they were curriculum centered, they were equity minded, they were inclusive leaders, they were experienced superintendents, they were thought leaders, they were intentional, they came with depth and breadth of innovation. They understood this district's needs and did not hesitate to show up. They are leading in spaces in ways that our community would have definitely gained. This is our loss, and I hold each trustee that upheld this decision responsible and accountable to any future harm that happens to our babies. Because you chose your dominant interest, you chose your agenda and totally devalued the needs of the most deserving students in this community. Now it is time for you to demonstrate how we as board members plan to make this happen. I laughed about my colleagues on this board that tried to throw shade about the efforts me and the previous board majority tried to make. It surely was one to improve academic achievement and learning for all students. The board has implied that work could not be done last year when 4 board members were voting, which, by the way, 95% of the time we voted the same. Yet, like many people spoke out today, anytime you question the status quo, shade will live on, right? So I ask these same colleagues, think back to the number of years that you have been on this board and really look at your time in this space, which far exceeds my 3 years. And ask yourself, what did you do for all students? Have you been a part of the harm? And how are your current decisions making things better? For sure, the ball is in your court, and it's always been. And this could be the reason why you all run from the truth in the data, because the data doesn't lie. With regard to student overall safety, we have a lot going on in our community. The pandemic is in full force, especially with the Omicron strand. It is impacting everybody across the nation, whether one is vaxxed or not. So I would like for our community just to please cover up, wash your hands, be mindful of your neighbor and their respective wellness as well. In respect to wellness, I had a chance to slightly joke with the search team, Doctors Verdugo and Van Leuven, about the 15th and the 16th being my first time in closed session in a long time. I clearly expressed to them that it was only because they were there and they could stand witness to what would go on in closed session. Still, the disrespect surfaced and reminded me that I'd rather be safe at Starbucks than to be present at a board meeting in closed session without a neutral mediator to really kind of get in front of that energy. Apparently, my truthful statements are hurtful to some of my colleagues. I've mentioned in the past of how in a short period of time, harm to groups can settle in. I gave an example about the Holocaust being 11 years and how much damage Hitler had done in those 11 years. I compared that to a time where our previous superintendent had been in that position for 24 years, only to show that in 2 decades, a lot can happen if we don't have a shift in looking out for all of our students. So to me, there's no wonder why systematic educational violence in the policies and the practices of this district show up in our data. And it's bigger than a superintendent. The board is the superintendent's boss, not here though. Yet, where white fragility is impacted, the oppressor begins to think that they are oppressed. I've been standing up to this, what I call Jim Crow 2.9, the past 3 years, entering into boardrooms that feel like a lynch mob. And it's been a lot. And it's going to take an act of Congress and a concerted effort like the people who came out today to keep speaking up to move this needle and expose the system's harm and hold us accountable. I know that change is on the way. Please continue to press this board to be accountable for the educational wellness and academic success and the district success as we move forward in the new year. I hope that everyone stays safe and be blessed in their journeys into the new year. And I'm looking forward to much progress being held in this school district.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rush.
Yeah, first, Shanlon, I'd really like to thank you for your time for the last, taking over since August. It was a pleasure working with you. I thoroughly enjoyed it. And I hope we can continue to work together for a long time. Greg, congratulations to you. I support you 100%, and I'm confident you'll do a great job. Now, I also would like to thank Joe McGrady for the last 2 years of being president. I don't know if anybody out there, maybe Stephen does, but I don't know if anybody else can appreciate the amount of time that she has put in and the dedication that she's put in to try to keep things going forward. She's done an outstanding job. I talked to her a few times a week. She was always on top of things, always making sure that the district's best interests were at hand. So, Joe, I'd really like to thank you, and I hope can we all give her just a big round? And I think was it Knight, Courtsville and Sword tonight, right? Yep, thank you very much. They did a great job. I really like them. I've been, I've sent a couple of texts to Coach Augusta, last night and today, congratulating and wishing him luck. And then I told him I was going to get updates throughout the board meeting. And then Mr. Nehan told me the game's tomorrow, John. The definitive was when I saw Zach back there. What is that?
Thank you. Ms. McGrady.
Well, thank you very much. First, I'd like to say congratulations, and it's a little amusing because I had written down too that we're going to be sending vibes to them to win tonight, but we'll do that for tomorrow night. We want them to win tomorrow night, and we're very proud of our Fort Hill, our football team and the coaches and all of that. Thank you so much. I'd like to say congratulations to Dr. Stephanie Herrera for our loss to someone else's game, and you're going to be very missed, and we just hope you really enjoy this next step of your journey. And I hope you had a good time here. We sure enjoyed having you. I'd like to thank Rachel Orozco. I'd just like to say she had so much extra work to do while we were doing this whole process of finding a new superintendent. And although he was close by, she still had all this extra work, and we appreciate it so much. And she always does it with a smile and just holds us together. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Congratulations to Mr. Greg Meehan, our new superintendent. We look forward to your leadership, the new heights that you can help us achieve, the new directions that we're going to go. We're glad to have you. I think it really tells us something when you get the response that you did from tonight, as it's announced, and we look forward to working with you in the future. Ms. Williams, it's just been a pleasure getting to work with you in a different way. I've always enjoyed working with you, but what fun we've had the last 3 months. And thank you for keeping us stable and helping us move forward. You're just a pleasure, and I'm glad that we still have you. You're still going to be with us. Finally, let's see. Enjoy the holidays, recharge, be safe, and we'll see you in January. Thank you.
So do I go next?
Yeah.
Okay.
And congratulations to Ms. Wynn, and she's taking a lot of weight off my shoulders. So thank you.
No problem. I want to thank Chamberlain Williams. It has been such a, and I've gotten the opportunity to work with you in the past, but this is on a different level, and I appreciated all of your help, all of your guidance. So thank you so much, and I'm glad that we get to and then maybe even get together, and laugh a little bit, because that's the best part, I think. Thank you so much for your guidance and direction for the district. Congratulations, Mr. Meehan. I'm excited for the future, the Antelope Valley Union High School District. I know you'll lead us there. And thank you to Cabinet for this interim position and helping keep us on track. Appreciate it. And I want to thank the security. There he is back there. There you guys are. I mean, you get up early in the morning. What time do you have to be at school?
Myself, 6 a.m.
Yep, 6 a.m. And here you are tonight. Thank you. And please, is everybody in the room? So I can say thank you to everybody, or do we want to? I'll make visits. No, just thank you so much for being here and helping us make sure that meeting runs smoothly. Appreciate it. And I attended the holiday parade in Lancaster a couple of weekends ago. Was it a couple of weeks? Maybe it was just last weekend. So proud of our schools and their presentations in that parade. Every time one of our schools passed by, I teared up because those kids were just doing such an amazing job representing their schools. Whether they were doing band or cheer or different clubs. I think Team 399 at Lancaster won an award for their float, and it was really very nice. It was a beautiful float. And the high school district was represented well to show, especially the community, all the different things that our students are involved in. And I hope a lot of people were able to appreciate that. All the work for all of the, the advisors and the students and the teachers and the staff. You do an amazing job, and I'm very proud to be a part of that work that you do. I want to thank Joan Grady as well. Like Mr. Rush said, people can't understand how much she's been put through. She kept the district going when it seemed like it was harder than hard to do that, and always cheerful. I don't think I've ever talked to her that she didn't start off with a cheerful high and a positive attitude. And I want to share just one real quick story. She and I attended a meeting out at Little Rock. It was a town hall meeting about the placement of a violent sexual predator. People were very much against that. Jill and I attended that meeting. And then as we got ready to leave, we were followed out into the hallway by a lady who said, "Ms. McGrady, I just want to tell you I'm part of your fan club." I didn't even know there was a fan club for Jill McGrady, but apparently it was. And this lady went on to say how much she appreciated the work that Jill had done. And she said, "You have no idea how many people are behind you and how many people appreciate the work you do." So you have a fan club. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Anyway, do I share any comments? Sure. Yeah, I'll go to this is.
Yes, just a quick comment. Just like to wish everyone a happy holiday and a wonderful new year, and also just like to extend my gratitude to the board for the opportunity to serve as interim for the last several months. I've learned a lot and have truly enjoyed working as closely as we've been able to work together since August. And want to congratulate my colleague, Mr. Meehan, on his new role as a superintendent, and I look forward to working with you in your new role. And just lastly, just like to say, when the Royals win tomorrow night, that'll be the first in our district history. So, yeah.
So I'd like to start off just by thanking the board for the opportunity. I look forward to the challenges ahead, and I know there are many. We have great staff. We have a great team of educators, and we're going to continue to move forward. I do want to say thank you to my friend and colleague Shannon for leading us. When it seemed like there was going to be a giant hole in the district, you came in and filled it, and all we said was Shannon. And you did a great job, and I look forward to continuing to work with you as well. And then for all of staff, we got a week to go, and then you've got a little bit of a break, and then we come back spring and we hit it hard. So have a great and relaxing break.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to report the action taken in closed session on item of the board. First of all, board members who were present was Jill McGrady, Danita Nguyen, Amanda Correll, and John Rush. Board members absent was Dr. Ruffin. And yeah, just go ahead and skip that rest. Okay, item A, conference with labor negotiator, government code section 54957.6. During closed session, the board held conference with labor negotiators. Mr. Brent Neal regarding A, certificated bargaining unit, B, classified bargaining unit, and C, unrepresented group. J, Fernall attorney, Fagan Friedman Fullfrost regarding unrepresented employees, the superintendent. And the board took no action. Item B, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment, non-reelect. During closed session, the board considered a public employee discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment, reelected, and the board took no action. Item C, public employment, titled Principal Soar High School, Government Code 54957. During closed session, the board considered employee appointment titled Principal Soar High School, and on a motion by Amanda Corral and a second by Danita Nguyen, the board appointed Wendy Johnston as the principal by the following vote. Ms. Corral voted yes. Dr. Ruffin was absent. Ms. Nguyen voted yes. Mr. Rush voted yes. Ms. McGrady voted yes. And the item passed by 4-0. Is Ms. Johnston in the audience with us? Well, we will congratulate her. Item D, administrative hearing panel. May I please have a motion to approve the administrative hearing panel recommendation for student expulsions and to order as presented the expulsion of 6 students.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion by Joe McGrady and a second by Amanda Corral. Do I have any discussion? No. Having the motion and the second, we'll call for the vote. Ms. Brown? Dr. Ruffin?
No.
Ms. Nguyen is an aye. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Mr. Rush is yes. Ms. McGrady?
Yes.
Ms. McGrady is yes. Item passes by a vote of 4-1 with Dr. Ruffin dissenting. Item E, compromise and release agreement number STS-22-071 OAH case number 2021090-563. During closed session, the board considered compromise and release agreement case number 2021090-563. And on a motion by John Rush and a second by Amanda Corral, the board approved the agreement with the following vote. Amanda Corral voted yes. Dr. Ruffin was absent. Ms. Nguyen voted yes. Mr. Rush voted yes. Ms. McGrady voted yes. Passed by 4-0. Item F, compromise and release agreement STS-22-07208. H case number 20211100057. During closed session, the board considered compromise and release agreement. Case number 20211100057. On a motion by John Rush and a second by Amanda Corral, the board approved the agreement by the following vote. Ms. Corral voted yes. Dr. Ruffin was absent. Ms. Nguyen voted yes. Mr. Rush voted no. Ms. McGrady voted yes. The item passed by a vote of 3-1. Item G, settlement agreement and release STS-22-073 OAH case number 202110065. During closed session, the board considered settlement agreement and release of case number 202110065. On a motion by John Rush and a second by Amanda Corral, the board approved this agreement by the following vote. Ms. Corral voted yes. Dr. Ruffin was absent. Ms. Nguyen voted yes. Mr. Rush voted yes. And Ms. McGrady voted yes. The item passes by a vote of 4-0. Item H, final compromise and release agreement STS-22-074OH case number 20210800249. During closed session, the board considered final compromise and release agreement number 20210800249. On a motion by Amanda Corral, a second by Danita Nguyen, the board approved the agreement by the following vote. Ms. Corral voted yes. Dr. Ruffin was absent. Ms. Nguyen voted yes. Mr. Rush voted yes. Ms. McGrady voted yes. The item passed by a vote of 4-0. Item I, conference with legal counsel in litigation, one case claim number 21-1025001. During closed session, the board received information from legal counsel on claim number 21-1025001 pending litigation pursuant to subdivision E3 of section 54956.9. On a motion by Amanda Brell and a second by Danita Wynn, the board rejected the claim. Ms. Perrell voting to reject. Dr. Ruffin was absent. Ms. Wynn voting to reject. Mr. Rush voting to reject. Ms. McCready voting to reject. The item failed or passed by 4-0. Conference with legal counsel. Anticipated litigation, one case, and the board took no action. So that brings us to
Miss Wynn, I wanted to make a statement about the language that you used, just for the public and for the record. When Ms. Wynn stated that I'm absent, I actually choose to stay in open session and I am present the entire time. I believe that I have stated numerous times why I do not attend closed session because of the harm that takes place in that space toward me that has been consistent and persistent. So I just want that to be noted. It's not that I'm absent. I choose to stay in open session and I'm there the entire time. So I'm present for the entire meeting. I just choose my mental health and safety over being verbally attacked in closed session. So that's why I don't enter into that space, for the record.
If you want to make that comment, you are welcome to do so, but you are absent from closed session. I mean, that's just the bottom line. So I'll try and reword that differently next time. But I mean, that's, you're not in closed session. So we will take a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Motion.
Second.
A motion by John Rush and a second by Amanda Brown. Student board member, how do you vote? Have a nice vacation, Mr. Martinez. How do you vote, Ms. Brown?
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Ms. Wynn is yes. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Ms. McGrady? Yes. The item passes and we are happy. Everybody have a nice holiday and a wonderful meeting.
Thanks, Chris.